I don't know why Discord has been even more slow than usual. It's already pretty slow, but now today was like half, not half the time, twice the time. Anyways, welcome in. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're good. We have some half news as always. Um, some are okay, some are debatable. There has been like a lot of things happening, but nothing happened, if you know what I mean. This is kind of sad, but it happens. I have some news from the client in question that then said that I could stream what we are working on as long as I don't talk about what it does, which means that I can't stream about what we're working on because I will inevitably talk about what it does, and that's not a line. So I'm gonna I'm gonna avoid it. I'm gonna close everything and avoid it because it makes a lot of sense to not disclose. They want a non-disclosure, and therefore they have a non-disclosure, which is fine. It's fine by me. Is everything working though? That's the question. It doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem to be the case, which is crazy. We've had some interesting things happen. Terracon, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Um, Doom, welcome back. How is you? How's the day going? How's everything? So basically, I think I can go straight in because it doesn't make a lot of sense to not, like that's where we stand right now. There hasn't been like a ton of things that have happened other than the fact that there is a ton of Japanese people that are complaining about the fact that the auto translation of Twitter, not this one is just a design thing, but it just reminded me of that. That the fact that the auto translation of Twitter and other platforms is breaking the illusion of Japanese people being so kind and so nice and always respectful and so on, because now everyone is able to read these things and see how much more problematic the Japanese population online is. And it's really funny to me because we've been saying that for a long time, saying that if you can read the Japanese tweet, then you know that bullying online is their favorite pastime, and it's pretty rough. Nonetheless, other than that, a lot of the design community that are Japanese are fine and clean, and we like them, so nothing to complain about. Um, which one was it? There has been so many of these. There has been so many. Um, I feel like there is a blue red button discussion every 5 days. This one, however, was really impressive, and I kind of I agree with Theo on this one. Um, this is a Tiranomissu, and the the translation is correct, and that is impressive. Um, but apart from that, nothing else. Nothing else stands out. Everything else is very much the same, and it's kind of sad. I kind of want to mention some of these things, these tools, since Screen Studio has been existing. I've been seeing copycats and duplicates and similar options popping off basically every month. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's just like it's the same thing. And I get it. You want something that is not like $9 a month because Screen Studio is $9 a month, but still. Um. Oh yeah, this one. Uh. Yeah, I think I liked some of these tweets as well, based on the fact that if you don't press red, you are dumb, and it's just like the amount of chance that you have is like, well, people are gonna press red, and if it's just like 51%, why not just everyone press red and be good? I guess you can do the exact same things and say everyone press blue and be good, but it's like, press red. I don't know. Anyways, there is this thing, and then there is also the other current trend, I guess, which is a stamp app. Everyone is building a stamp app at this instant, and it's interesting, but it's not like the greatest. You would go for blue? Yeah, I wouldn't press the thing so that I'm kind of safe. It's just, well, you know, if I don't press, I'm not part of the experiment, and therefore I'm kind of safe either way. That's the other alternative that you have. Um, we have seen. I'm looking for one specific things, which I'm obviously not gonna find right now. The debate that I have on my feed is this section of the new Google icons, and some designers complaining about the fact that it's shit, some designer complaining about the fact that it's great, or not complaining, basically highlighting the fact that it's great and it is easier to recognize. I don't know, and I have always had the same kind of position. I have never in my whole smartphone life open calendar because I wanted to open Google Drive. Like it has never happened in my life. And I I I don't know. I think I know why, but I don't understand how people have made the mistake of opening one or the other. And I have a feeling the reason is probably because they have this, and you're not going to be able to see that very clearly, but like they probably have this, which is this is the default of my Android phone, which is the entirety of the Google apps are in one single folder, and so you have all the icons in one spot. The thing is, this is because this is the default out of the box thing where all of the Google apps are in one place, but uh this is never how I organize my phone. Like the Android phone is not like this, the iPhone is not like this either. I have things like photo related apps in one single folder, and then docs remain like related apps in one single folder, meaning that the Google Docs sheets and slides are in one thing that is related to folders and like files, I guess, and therefore they are like blue, green, or yellow, and I don't I don't see the issue. Like they look the same. I get it. But for me, I have never had like an issue. I'm guessing if you are achromatic, like someone that doesn't see colors and see in black and white, then yeah, 100% that might be like a bit of a tricky thing. Um, but never in my life have I like mistaken Gmail for Google Drive. It's never happened. Um, I don't think this is the direction in which we are going. I think Vadim is right on this one. As the fact that Google is just adopting the trends 4 to 6 years later compared to where the thing was popular. So all of these gradient things is basically when Instagram kind of made that blobby color, very vibrant color things was the time where people were trying to do these gradient things. And then now Google is just hopping on the wagon a bit late, like the last one, and it's fine. I think it's good. I think the overall like new Google icons are good. There are some things that I'm like, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense physically speaking, and there are some that I'm still like the Google Sheets and Google Slides. I'm not entirely sure about the icon positioning, but that's also a me thing. Like this section, I would have placed it at the top because we usually represent the Excel sheet thing with the headers. Right now, this is not the headers. So the fact that this has been automated makes a lot of sense. But welcome in, Greece. So I would move that uh more to the top compared to the bottom, but that's just like a slight change. I do agree with the people saying that finally we have Google Slides that is in landscape mode because the slides are going to be in landscape mode, and I do think that this is a true improvement. The others, though, I don't, I don't mind it. There are some things that are kind of broken, um, but I do love the Google Voice. I think it's really cute. It works, um, and then it also, I feel like this is something that will happen a ton. Um, it reminds everyone that Google Sites exist, and no one is aware of that. And I'm really impressed that Google Sites is not on the Google Graveyard yet. But Google Sites is a way for you to get like a website online for free in about 40 minutes tops. If you just want to use one of their templates, 5 minutes. Um, but no one knows about it. So, it's a thing. What I do think is interesting as a timeline is the fact that a lot of these icons, the old ones specifically, like this one is one of them, like a lot of the old icons have received the liquid glass treatment for iOS and the Material U expressive or Material 3 expressive treatment for Android, and they are again or once again changing them to something that is different. So that's an interesting pattern. But other than that, it's fine. It is fine. Um, there has been like a ton of other things. I guess this one is specifically that card in the top left is something that is the current trend. A lot of designers are going toward this thing, and the new Google icons are kind of in the same vibe and the same realm. So, you know, I kind of understand, but it's not yet to everything. This is something that I said, I think last year, 8 months ago, 12 months ago ish. Korean designers have integrated a lot of these ingredients, and it's very interesting to see that some people are inspired of the same thing as I am seeing. So yeah, um, it does. You have different things. So if we go into, I guess, in our style guides for iOS 26, liquid glass on light mode and on white background is going to adapt to what it is. So I guess, I mean, the best representation for me is to show you exactly in action what it looks like. I do have a place where that happens. This is not going to be the best option, and it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. So liquid glass right here is transparent. It's not the best, but it's transparent, and it's everything behind it is kind of dark mode E. And if we go into the details of the perfume that I'm currently on, that card is currently black. And so I'm gonna kind of every time, this is the worst things to showcase because you don't really see the bottom of the screen, and I can't really move it up. You will see in about a second when I move on to the receipt that is right about here. Damn, I wore this one a lot. This is what happens. So when you're on dark mode, it's going to stay in dark mode. When there is something that is underneath that is light mode, it's going to switch to the light mode receptive thing. And then when you move on to the next, it's going to switch back to its original thing, because right now the background is a bit different. But yeah, that is the behavior. So we end up with things like this, where it's shit. Yeah. But that's usually what happens. It's just switch to the light mode version for accessibility's sake. I hope that helps. But it's not much, and it happens on everything, by the way. So it's like if my buttons at the top are like on top of light mode, you can kind of see how it changes the buttons themselves, I mean. But it's just the edges that are refracting a bit of a different thing. It's not much. So small details. Small details. But that's the reactions and the effect that is added to the liquid glass. Other than that, it's gonna remain kind of the same all the time. But yeah, they have in here, they do have different versions of the materials, and I think it's in the material. I should have clicked on the material section, because these are the two things. These are the two things, and the material that is used here, that is wrong because it's using the Figma glass, which is not the true glass of liquid glass. So yeah, but nonetheless, this is basically what happens in dark mode. It's going to be like this. In light mode, it's going to be like this, and it's going to switch in between the two when necessary. That is a very tiny image. What part are you trying to make me look at? But it's good. It's good. Feels hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Nonetheless, even with the slight non-very understandable thing, this is a very personal website, and I think it's really good. I think it's a right direction for your own portfolio. That is really cool. This is the current direction for most designers, going back to some organic fonts. And then you have the bookshelf, which is the regular 2023 designer framed portfolio thing, which is really cool. Specifically, if you have like the rotation of the books on hover, that's cool. And that can't disclose is a very nice touch. I do think this is neat. But yeah, no, that's cool. That's well, so let me be clearer, I guess. Um, you won't really be able to use glass or create glass in HTML. You will have the ability to create something that is similar, but not as good. Um, the basis of what it is very simple. So the only thing that you need is understanding the not the transition, but like the opacity thing. So if you have, let me just do, whatever, just one is going to be fine. Basically, if you have like a dark mode environment, this one is pretty dark, I would say. Uh, your background is going to be somehow a very dark things at least 40% opacity. And then, let me just make it a bit bigger. And then it's going to have an effect that is background blur, and that needs to be blurry enough. So usually I go for 16, so that anything that is white on top of that, readable. Good. If for some reason something comes up and it is like a lighter color, 40% is not enough. You need to at least be at like 60-ish to 80% opacity in dark mode to have that contrast. Or you need somehow something like a 90% opacity in white, so that it is it has like the frosted effect, but it's not distracting. So anything that's going to be on top of that as text is going to be readable regardless of what is behind it. So that's basically the idea for this. You need it to be like a very specific amount of transparency to make it make sense. If you wanted, that's weird. If you wanted a true transparency thing, then that's a bit complex and not the best option. If you want, I'm gonna go back to CodePen and let's see if I can J myself directly. Unless you're not doing anything
Rubbish is now following.
On your hand, like by hand. If you're doing this with Framer, I don't exactly know. I think they have some sort of a glass effect type of thing, but nonetheless, I know that Jay has things. So yeah. Also, Dubbish, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Let me see if I can find a thing. Every time that I'm looking for something, we never find the thing in question. But this one is going to be one of the representation that we have, where we do have some sort of a glass effect with the bubbly effect. And so you could go with something like this as a starting point, but it's not it's not like the best option. Um, I know he has another one that is like a true glass, not really, but it is the SVG dispersion with the SVG mask, which I think is an interesting thing. This one is similar. It's not exactly the same thing, but it has such an interesting like system. You know, it's fun nonetheless. I wish we had like the fucking thing, but obviously not. Obviously now, it's not there. Oh my god. Also, if I change the background color to something like FA or something similar to get the glass shown. Hmm. Maybe it could work. It's not necessarily going to work well, but it could work. Yes. And this is good. This is okay good. Um, there is one though. I think I saved it. Um, I think I saved it. This is not going to start again. Oh my God. One day. One day this thing will be like started from the moment I click on it. It was. And now they basically decided to just shut it down as fast as they can. So it changed. I should just search, but we don't have search in there. It has one of the, as I said, SVG displacement and SVG filter for the dock of the Apple icon thingy. It was like one of his effect first like attempt that he had for liquid glass type of thing. Um, when liquid glass was announced, and I have a feeling it's gonna be somehow at the back of the entire thing. I know you saw it as well, but it's like I shared it before. I should just have the thing saved, with something like Keeper or something. Oh my God. I'm never gonna find it. Um, yeah. I'm giving myself 3 more pages and then we can move on. Um, we do have a search, but not a search for profiles. So, because I don't know exactly how he decided to name this thing, I, I just I don't know. I can't really search for it because I don't think he called it um, glass effect. And I do think I saved a bit ago. I know I liked one of the posts that is related to the thing that I'm trying to show you. It's if I remember correctly, it's a library that is basically more than liquid glass. So it is something that you can use on the web and that behaves way more blobby and way more liquid than what we currently have as a liquid glass thing. And it is pretty good, but it's also obviously I'm not gonna find it because I'm looking for it. So it's as always never gonna be where we need it. Yeah, and it's from before that, so I would need to go back to the entire thing to figure it out. I just know that I saved it in my likes and not in my bookmarks. Otherwise, it would have been much better. So, yeah, nonetheless, if you went with something similar to this, that could be the way. Not gonna not gonna lie. This kind of light mode E thing and dark mode E thing is an option. As you can tell, it is like a lot of blur. Like that's basically what it is. It's just a lot of blur. However, one of the thing that is important, that is way different than what you currently have, is that these panels are much bigger than what you have. Your current state of liquid glass or whatever blurriness you want to call it is tiny. It's something that is going to be the tiniest of tinies on your interface, and it doesn't like the amount of blur that you will have to put is going to be too much to get the transparency effect. So it's just like it's not great. I mean, it's never going to be great because it's too small and it doesn't show what we have right here. Like the fact that you can see the branches, you can see the disc, you can see like very much where things are compared to the wallpaper. That is what makes this frosted glass a lot more interesting than if you just had a button somewhere that is glass. In that case, you just end up with something that is similar to the Tahoe that I showcased last week, which is right here. And that's just you can see how it's not like it's not that much blur. There is a progressive blur on the edge of this thing, and then there is blur within that is a bit different, like a bit more, but it's not that much. So yeah. However, nothing stops you from building like a CSS system that is very, very, very specific with your dark mode and light mode, and have something that is good in both uh, of the modes and be good. You know, it's an option. Also, that whole system is really cute. We like it. We like it. I have also noticed something that is very Figma 2024 release type of thing. Every designer and their mom, since Figma added the texture, like in the effect, the texture effect, we are all adding textures on everything. Maybe we need to stop. I don't know. I don't mind it though, but you know, that's bad though. That's kind of bad. Let me see if I can show you something. Um, so if I do this, which is really bad, but it might work. Why is my cursor dead? Oh my god. Invisible. um if you went, and I don't know if you have like the information and the ability to do so, and ensure that all of the covers are going to be the same, because you know that's the thing that's going to be weird. um but if you went with something like this at the edge instead of on top of, you will have like a bit more of a glass effect, and it's easier to render. And again, to get the effect that you need to have, you basically you need to get some inner shadows that are like highlighted at the top and kind of sharp. So something like this. Let me just do one on this, one of this, one on there. More highlight here, and then duplicate it of that, which is going to be a -1, -1. It's probably going to be the thing that we want. I guess a -0.5 is going to be better for this, to just have the edge. And then we can just diminish it. And that alone could stand out enough, unless it's like very tiny, but that could work. If you wanted to do it like right here, as you can see, you lose the entirety of the glass effect just because the background becomes such a uniform thing. You lose that effect. So I wouldn't do any of that, because just doesn't make any sense. But if it does to you, then that's fine. And then if you can do this, which you can't, but if you can do this, I would also recommend you do this instead, because it's a better rendering of the glass effect on its own. But still, you know, like if you get that, then that's a better option. Right now, because of the sizes, we need the things to be a bit more thinner, so 0.5 values would make more sense. And then these opacities are probably like 45 on the second edge and 70 something on the top, so that you have like that tiny highlight. But that's about it. If you want to get the regular from the top section that I usually do, it's the same thing that Jordan Singer is doing, where instead of having these, you get that with a linear gradient that is white at the top right there, and then it goes to transparent-ish right here, and it goes back to white at the bottom. The transparent needs to be like lower than what you expect it to be, and that's basically what it is. And that helps to create the effect that you want to have. It's just like 48 at the bottom, and so on. That's a very simple highlight at the top, so on. It's not necessarily the best option, but it works. But but the edge is going to be good for what you're trying to achieve. You can make it like on the edge right here. You can make it at the edge at the bottom. You can make it on top, but then you lose the effect, as I said. And as you just said, the other books are not like as uniform as this one, which is true based on your previous links. But it's still kind of the same issue. Like, you want to get that top transition thing to make it more stand out, kind of. So yeah, the also washing machine. 1 second. I love when I put things in the dryer, and then when they come out, they are not dry yet. I think the first one that you shared was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie with that. I think that was pretty nice. And then that person also created something that is pretty useful, that you might want to use if you get access to it, or if they showcase how it works. And I don't know if they will. I don't know if they have. So far, I haven't seen a single link for this thing, but it is based on that presentation and so on. It is exactly what you are looking for to transform the effect that we want to achieve in basically 3 clicks. So yeah, maybe that's it's a thing that is nice to dig for. There has been like another option in dark mode that he's been doing, but there is no link whatsoever. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they are sharing these and not giving us what we need. Other than that, yeah. Um, so maybe check that up. I don't think we've seen that. Yeah, I've laughed at this portfolio. That's the whole portfolio. That crazy, crazy. It works though. It works. But yeah, that's gonna be the glass effect. Don't think uh I don't think the glass is the thing uh that you want to go for. I think your first version was pretty good with the very black version. The very white version was pretty okay. It's just a matter of like transitioning. And if you said, is this like a, yes, that's basically what it is. So if I change this and let me just do that, I think you have this thing in a transparent way, which is the case, which is good. And if I go there and I say we're gonna be light, like light, if I just like bump the opacity, as I said, to like 72% of opacity, with the same amount of blur, it's still there, and you can still see the difference in between the book itself and the background. It's subtle, but it's there. It's good. And from what you had, I think you are roughly in the 80-ish percent, 90-ish percent. So in your transparency, this would basically need to have some sort of a less amount of blur, not zero, but just enough so that you can clearly see the background without it being like invisible. And I do think that right here, if you had something like I don't know, red element right about there for no reason whatsoever, it's a it's okay. It's you can see the transparency, but it's not like groundbreaking either. So that's the thing. Right now, this probably would be somehow in 16, and I would go rounded bold just for the sake of the lols right there. You know. Right here, you wouldn't be able to do this. Like that's not an option, but you could do that. You need to keep the dark on both versions like that. That's fine. That's an okay thing to do. It's working. It does the job. But yeah, like that's an option. I do think that the rendering, which I think I saved but not here, but it's similar to this. This types of rendering could be an interesting glass for you to put in place. So it still has the blur effect, it still have the highlight and the bottom shadow that are kind of sharp, but it has like an inner glow that is lighter than the rest. So for what we've done here, it basically means that instead of having just this, we would have like an other inner shadow that is like in a central 2 points type of thing with a bit of spread and a lot more blur, and that being kind of white to just highlight the edges and become somehow like a glowing element that the edges kind of stand out. That's a thing that you can do as well. It's not the best option, but it's working. And you get that thing that, you know, have the nice transparency and the nice effect. And it's also kind of working on light mode based on where you're placing it. So from there, you can 100% just add a drop shadow, which I think you do have right now. And yeah. For this specific thing, I would go kind of cooler-ish. That, it's visible everywhere. And then the other thing that some people would do is add um, somehow one of these, which I think would be much better if it was like very much slimmer than this. Right now we're at 0.5 and it's not going to be good. But just a smidge of something to make sure that the edges are standing out could help. Could help. Creating some candies, basically, is the target. A lot of people would right now, based on the thing that I shared on Friday. I think it was on Friday. Is it here though? It's one of the latest one that we saved. I mean, this one is one of them, I think. This one, yeah. If we go with something like what they have as details here, and we kind of talked about it, every single element inside of this thing is recessed, you know, within the file. Which one triggered your Marlboro logo? This? No. Oh, you mean that red? Mm. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. It's not the right red. The Marlboro logo is somewhere around here, if I remember correctly. It's a tad deeper red, but yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it is deeper. Bitch. Copy. Like, it is much deeper than what I thought it would be. We are like somewhere around here. Yeah, right there. I was kind of right the first time. What the fuck was I about to say? Yeah, this. So basically adding things, adding some effects to your text, to your content. Not that it matters at the size at which you are trying to get this thing. Don't worry about it. So getting this to be like lighter colors, but not too much, and then have not a stroke, have like an inner shadow and a drop shadow within it. So right here, it would be somehow like a 0.5 in blur and a 0.5 or a 0.8 based on the sizes of this entire thing of inner shadow within it to make it like recessed is an interesting concept, but not necessarily a good concept. But it's a concept nonetheless. Dapshi, welcome in. Hello. How's the day going? How's everything? How's everything? A lot of people will also go with one of these. Not necessarily these colors, but basically one of these to get like the curvature of that buttons to fly through. And you can do so much. That's all I'm saying. Like you can do so much shit to make it like more interesting, more fun, more whatever. And it's simple, but I do like this. I do like that candy effect. glass effect that is similar to this thing. And we've been seeing very, very similar stuff like these ones, which I kind of talked about last time, which are like very interesting. Most of the content in that image is treated with some sort of a gradient. So the text have some sort of a gradient. Uh, the the sliders and the switches and so on have some sort of a gradient that just make it more physical. So yeah, but you're kind of right. It doesn't necessarily fit with the design that you have. Zero
Zero Zishan raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Zishan? Is it how I'm supposed to say your name? Well, come on in. How are you? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, I hope you're good. If you need to raid and run, please raid and run. If you need to raid and stay, please raid and stay. But yeah, we're talking about design right now, specifically for tooltip things generation that we are trying to achieve in both dark mode and light mode, and I'm showcasing some of the examples. But yeah, I hope your stream was well and fine and good. But thanks a lot for the raid. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day then. Appreciate that as well. As well. Take care of yourself. But yeah, Grizz, that's the I know that yours is pretty flat. I do know that getting some elements here and there to stand out is a great way to stand out. And it doesn't really like it's easy to make something stand out when it comes to the UI itself. Like you could go in with something that is very, very flat. Like most of these things are very flat, but then if you have like a bit of a gradient here and there, a bit of a dimple on something, it creates that interesting UI that is otherwise very, very boring. So just like, oh, that thing that no one will see other than when they are hovering that blurred element, you know. But at the end of the day, I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand. Like you wouldn't go with this. That's a given. That's not. I mean, you know what? Let me just backtrack just teeny tiny bit. The initial start of this discussion was you trying to implement some glass effect, which is not flat. Not flat in the slightest. So yeah, you know, not not flat. So yeah, maybe you know, I just saw something and that was, oh, that's the thing. Why was this not? Well, that was not, you know. Yeah. You asked about glass. You asked about glass. Nonetheless, there has been like a ton of things that are like very cool in terms of tooltips that you can find and use and reuse that are like very flat as well and that could work. Like you getting a tooltip that is a bit more interesting for the elements, as in taking the color off the book in question and using that as a primary or using that as the texture or something could work. But at the end of the day, the easiest thing for you is just to get some sort of a light mode version of this and a dark mode version of the exact same thing for when it is necessary. And then you should be good. you know, like it's have a good coffee. It's basically that easy. The C8 is going to be too dark for what it is. These are options. You did a good job. I'm gonna reiterate with that. You did pretty good nonetheless. I do think that the simplicity of the effect that you have is much better than just that. Like that's kind of bad. Sorry. Um, well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Everything is fine. But that, to answer your initial question, that is basically how liquid glass is happening and reacting when there is something that is very light beneath it, instead of going true transparency when it does in dark mode, it's going with a very, very strong overlay of white. So, yeah. Do you have this thing live, or is it still like just a Figma file? Yet. Still, I mean, still is weird, but yeah. It's just in Figma. I see. I see. I see. Nonetheless, your first link was pretty good. If I just reopen it, you shared like 16 links today. I do think that this is really good. Compared to what you had last week, Cade, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I think this is really good. As I mentioned earlier, the expression and the character of that website using the new typeface and things that we've been talking about for the past few days, including the one that I kind of shared, not really shared, kind of shared. I don't know if you were here yet. But this one right about, we passed it earlier. We passed it early. Did I not save it? This one. You know, like using one of these things is pretty good. As always, they have like the link with the Google Drive with everything in it. So if you want to just, get some free forms, do that. What do you mean you're cold? That's crazy. What are the temps for you right now? It's yeah, I'm dying. It's 20 degrees. It's 20 degrees. But yeah, like some of these handwritten, hand drawn, and so on. God damn, 9 degrees. I see. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. But yeah, so nonetheless, this is pretty cool. It makes sense. It adds some personality and characters to the things. These badges and tooltips are really good. The light mode is really nice. I do, even though very blurry right now, I do like the fact that your light mode tooltips thing is a pill more than the dark mode one, which is not a pill. I like the pill version a lot more. So if you want to make sure that both are the same, use this one. I like it. I like it. But yeah, I don't know. It is more subtle. It's not like as much of a thing. One of the thing that I would tell you to do, kind of, is this text. You're probably gonna do that in CSS with just like on the span that is going to be the client name, you will have a layer blur or blur effect, a composite blur, whatever, as a CSS property. A lot of people that are devs will go into the um, the website property and unblur it to see the name. If you put it as an Easter egg that is not the actual name in the text itself, that's a fun thing. So that people can go in and see that, oh, they have something right there. And you take a look at it, and it's something else, like an ICU or, whatever, like a fun stuff. Like a trying to sneak. It's just a fun Easter egg for some things. It could make some people laugh if they wanted to. Details. Nonetheless, this is cool. The thing that I wanted to showcase though is the framer components. Um, Let me see if I can do that. I don't think I can, but if I do this, and let's say this is never going to be a good idea. Uh, let's say in my HTML we have the SVG at the top. Um, we will have, or we're supposed to have, all of these are the three SVG at the top. God damn, that's a lot. Um, I I forgot I forgot the name of this thing. Um, I forgot if it's just blur and then you have the composite or if it's element blur. I have so many forgotten things right there. It doesn't really matter. I can do that here, but um, I think yeah, blur is not the thing. Um, you know what? Pen is not gonna help me. um, I think this one is gonna be fine enough. So if I have the filter blur at 8 pixel, right? Right now you will probably, thank you, Dapshi. You will probably use something like 16 or whatever to get like your element to be blurred. And if I'm doing this, it means that that element right there is getting a filter blur 18 pixels. If I just unactivate it, we are back to 0. So if you write the correct name of the client, people can go into the code and just edit that to get the right value. So you want to use something that is more um, interesting, or like more, as I said, more of an Easter egg than anything else. So that's the thing. That's all. Um, and then based on the other one, we have this one, which was the 3D book things. We have the other one that I had in my head is I think it's on from a university that is like a bit of a um, better thing. Better thing, not really. Don't be disrespectful. Maybe it's a hiring person that is trying to see for who you worked, and then you tell them to fuck off. Mm-mm-mm. That is not gonna go through. That is not gonna go through. So you have these ones. You have the I think it's on the either the games preview or the bookshelf. I forgot what they have called it, but they have called it something. Um, yeah, type something that is like, simple and so on. You have the glass effect as well on Framer if you're using Framer, which I don't think is the case. I don't think you are. Um, Obviously, I'm looking for something specific. I'm not finding the thing in question. It's crazy. It is crazy how much unreliable these things are. I should just search. I know. I know. That's not the one that I wanted, though. I clicked on it, but it's not the one that I wanted. It's a very different one. Um, like make a pun about the government or something. It can always be funny. If you make it memorable, like that's gonna be the most important thing. If you make the thing memorable, you will end up with a higher chance of getting hired, a higher chance of them calling you back or them remembering you when they are like recalling who they've seen, what are the portfolios. Maybe they will say something along the line of, oh yeah, I remember that person said that thing on their portfolio and it was nice and so on. Like that's the thing that we want to talk about. Nonetheless, so we have these ones which you could 100% like implement if you wanted to. Um, they are not like the hardest to create. It's just a 3D transform on the CSS for the cover. Other than that, nothing else. Yeah, and we'll go on in. How are you? How's the day going? So that's one that you can do. As always, this is Framer, so that's a different thing. We have similar things like these ones, which are same concept, same IDs, but instead of just having a Z transform, it also has like a bit of a tilt. So it has like a Z and a Y axis transformation for the creation of a book. That's a thing that you can do. And then on the book in question, I think you can do that. Same ID, same concept. But the one that I had in my head, the real one that I had in my head is this one, which is for me the original of what we kind of used to have and started to showcase for portfolios. Like when people started to have their library bookmarks, whatever, that is what I've seen so many times, and I have a feeling that you could do something similar right there. Could. Not saying that you should, but you know, it's a thing. The reason why I'm saying that you could do that is that this is somehow a component that has been made and remade and remade 60,000 times. So the ability for you to figure out where you can find like a very similar ID is very, very easy. But that's the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, and I wanna know where are you on EPA? When are you on everything? We haven't seen some of your work in a very long time now. So I wanna see things. Other than that, this is good. Colors are good. Uh, Simple additions. You have like an override or cursor override, I think, or it looks like it, based on the Figma file. Um, but yeah, no, this is cute. This is really cool. This is really cool. I like it. Much better than the thing that you shared on Friday. So, congrats on that. Friday, welcome on in. Um, yeah, nice try is a good thing. Nice try is a good is a good idea. Um, Instead of fuck off, like it makes sense. Makes sense. What, your portfolio? Where is it? Where's the link? Dapshi, where's the link? Uh, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Ah, there is some progress. There is some progress. Congrats. That's good. Have a good lock-in. Have a good lock-in. That logging in thing is really cool. Not gonna lie. It's a nice thing. This is kind of broken, but I get it. Design-wise, remove this. Remove this. Remove this thing. Like, I mean, the reason why I'm saying remove it is this is very much an AI generated website, and we know because of this thing. This thing is on every every website that is generated by Claude and all ChatGPT is adding that thing at the top, and it's pissing me off. So yeah, other than that, no, it's fine. Good, good split, better split. I feel like it might look kind of weird for some people, um, because you usually don't see back and front at the same time. But it's working. It's working. I like it. I like it. It's a vertical scroll with everything. Yes, that is good. And yes, I'm saying good things, which is crazy. I know, specifically for you. Ungrateful. Uh, this is really good. This is shit right there in terms of visuals, but I'm sure you can work on that. The tape is a very interesting concept, and I think it's going to be very used overall. That's a great presentation. The floating things is nice. Make sure that you don't clip your shadows. It's not much, but make sure you don't clip your shadows. Um, okay, the scroll is a tad sensitive. Like it needs to be very much specific on where I am, and it's moving back up. Like it's trying to it moves me back up, which is bad. But yeah, there is a lot of animations that are not necessary, but it's fun. This is a nice touch. I can't believe it. I'm saying nice things to Dapsheet. It's crazy. Nice. I need to figure something that is broken. But yeah, this is a very nice touch. I do like it. And yeah, this one is weird. So let me just explain the teeny tiny things. Everything else that you have on the landing page has a smooth and slow transition when it's like appearing on the page and so on. These are kind of instant. Just add the same type of animations, would be highly appreciated. Just so you have the thing that is sliding up, and then something that I do. That's a me thing, but it's sometimes appreciated. Open everything first, not close them. So the idea here is there is no need to hide information because we want you as the user to know everything as simply as possible, and avoiding you to have to click on things is a good idea. But then providing you and giving you the ability to collapse things if you wanted to, yeah, Why not? Does it make any fucking sense? You will probably never. But at least when you open the website, you arrive on all your questions that are answers by default. And then, even though the data is available in the code, if you have a scraper, when these things are collapsed, the probability of them scraping the inner closed content is lower. It's not like it's not lower, but like it's lower, but like 10%. You know, it's still gonna scrape shit. But if you just give them the ability to scrape everything and have all the information right away, then we could. So open them first. I think that's the to me that's the thing that I would say. Um, and then yeah, this one is kind of weird. That thing is out of place. Like we are not expecting a such an offset. I know you wanted to align your optional and text within the uh, input field, but it feels weird. It's also a bit too much on the right. By like 4 pixel, by the way. It's very much nothing, but it looks off. Like if I just if I give you that, it's like very much like your Y is right here, and your O is very much 2.5 pixel on the side. So if you move it to the left, maybe, but even then, I feel like this is kind of weird. So I would probably remove that. Maybe. I mean, fuck my eyes. That's the thing. The fact that like again, I've said that to Sony. You've been here before. You've seen me do that. I can see the difference. Um, like I I can see it. So it, it's nothing. It's 2 pixel, but uh, anyways, this section is weird when it comes to like the re-scrolling me up or down to arrive on the right thing. Like I don't really know how it's happening. The fact that it's just mm, re removing like moving me back up, and if I go far enough, it's gonna reload to the next slide is a weird thing. So I don't know exactly how you can fix that. I have no clue. I don't know how you built this thing, so you don't get that. It's fine. It's fine. Nonetheless, design-wise, much interesting. It has a character, which I know it's different, but it's a very simple character. It's a bit like stone-ish. Um, on what we have in there, the color scheme is fine, and there might be, based on what we see here, some things that you will need to change. So you're using this font right here, which I forgot what it is, but it's one of the newest kind of uh, bricolage grotesque. That is a very French word. Um, it's something that you could reuse within the app if that's not already the case. So having it for the titles, having it for some of your sub-level text or badges or things could be highly like interesting and coherent in between uh, everything. I also appreciate the fact that you use my name for the color. It's a good it's a good color combo. So yeah, I like it. You know, it's nice. It's fine. Nothing to complain about. Other than that, um, Stony, welcome on in. Did you get rich? Is it you got rich? Uh, so that's something that is cool. And the only thing that I see uh is this arrow right here that doesn't necessarily look like the rest. Boy, eh, fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, congrats on getting paid. Why is this hurting now? Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, and I also see that the calisthenic is not it's gonna be purple, not yellow. Um it's you're missing 3 letters. Three. That's three letters. So, it's just maybe move it somewhere else. Reorganize the things so that you have enough to showcase the full world. Um, but yeah, that's the thing that I would say is interesting, could be good. Other than that, everything is pretty good. The other pages are fine. You are missing the current page title, which is kind of debatable, but um, it's no, I know it's on the logo, but it's going to be kind of weird for some people. We, it's going to sound weird, but people don't know that the logo is clickable, and it's crazy to us, and we know that the logo is clickable, but as of right now, there is a ton of people that do not know that they can click a logo to go back home if they don't have like a home button. So I would have home, methods, principles, and get early access as 4 things. Congrats on lending. God damn, that was straight to the center. Oh my god. And still have the click on the logo to re-go to the homepage. But yeah, at least not remove like a navigation thing when you're switching pages. Like, this is kind of weird. So yeah. Other than that, congrats. It's pretty cool. It's a nice overall thing. By the way, if I wanted, because that's, I mean, I can. But if you use this, which is basically the Marlboro logo from earlier, this is the full AOA, which is interesting, and you can shift that the other way around if you want with the AAOA, AOA, like the separation, which is a bit of a nice fuchsia pink, which is similar to what Jerome has as a color. His is more pinkish, but yeah, nonetheless, these are fun. These are fun colors. We like them. And just A0 is fine as well. Other than that, I think the entire thing is pretty good. The changes are good. The presentation is good. That thing is debatable, as I mentioned, and I think I saved it either in design or in this. This is the thing that I'm sharing every time. That is basically the same thing. And if you go to Stony, what's your shipping in the dark? Is that the thing? Yeah. if you like one of these things is using the kind of header badge thing, and if I remember correctly, the No Mercy landing page, if you haven't changed it, used to have a tag when you tried to do it with Claude in the first place. So it is things that happened. Um, but yeah, it's an interesting system nonetheless, and it happens all the time. So I would remove it. Right now, you are currently in early access, which makes a lot of sense to have this thing highlighted. Um, and maybe there is a need for a bit of color here and there. It's just a bit. You do have some color around here, but it's not necessarily going to be the easiest things to figure out. Like this stands out as a very much colored element, which is fine, but it's unexpected. But yeah, nonetheless, good job. That's what I'm gonna say. This is pretty good. I could see if you have the money. I think you don't, but if you have the money, something like Iconly Pro animated icons for some of your stickers could be interesting. Like if you just want to go into the motion ones, um, whichever, by the way, right? Whatever they have, whatever there is in there, most of these things could be interesting. Like let's say you are into your streak or something, you can just have this as a small animation on the badge that you are like placing on the image itself, and then exporting that. Instead of exporting as an image, you could have this exported as a video. But yeah, I mean, if you do that for the paid users, you know, it's that easy. It's an option. It's an option. Denny, hi, welcome on in. Congrats. This is good news. This is good news. But yeah, nonetheless, Iconly is a good resource. It's not the best. It's not. It's not the best. I I've seen better things, but it's a great thing, and specifically when you're buying it, I don't think I will be able to get it if I do this. I don't think I can. Um, yeah, if you buy it like full price, whatever, right now for the lifetime thing, which is a limited time offer. Officially, that's what they say. I don't know if that's the case, but it's just $190 once, and then you're done. And then you're done. It's just yeah, yeah, it's fine. Also, Lone Traveler, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, Iconist or Iconic also have pretty neat icons. I do agree with that. And the only issue that I have with these ones is that um, they are shit in their implementation. Same thing as huge icon. We talked about it so many times, so many fucking times. But if I go into here and let's find one that is a bit of a complex icon like this, for example, and we just like place it here. Right there, first of all, when you drop it, it's not a component, so you can't do shit about it. And then every single element is a separated path. So you end up with things that are absolutely wrong. And then when you look at it closely, based on how you can see that this is a closed path, it means that the center has a fill capabilities, meaning that you end up with something that should not exist. And same here, like you have a fill capabilities in the center that needs to go the fuck out, because otherwise you will end up with some conditions. If you do fill something right here, there is nothing that is going to be filled. Whereas if I go back in time and I just fill that, we end up with this, which is really bad. So, that's the type of thing that I don't like. Other than that, yeah. And yeah, no, that there is no, as far as I know, there is no Figma file that is a library. So you basically need to create your own library with all the icons one by one for everything that you need, which is okay, but nonetheless, they have animated icons. That's the thing. But yeah, Iconist is the other one. And the central icons is another thing that we talked about before, which is good. But yeah, they have a ton of, like, the only thing that I like about them is that they have this system of stroke, corner, radius, amount, and the transition between like the dark, not dark mode, like the solid and the line things. So yeah. So it depends. Yes and no. Duotones, MyMX, what on it? And Icons Yes is also another one. Yes. But how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting. I appreciate. The duotones I'm gonna use Untitled because they have some, and it makes sense and it's easy, and they are there. I have a bit of a different naming, so I called what you would call duotone what they call duocolor. In which case these are the same color, but one of the thing is at 60% opacity, so that it just like create that duality of colors. The duotone ones, they are meant to be colored in which case I don't mind, but I do mind for some of these things. So for example, these elements, that makes no sense. Like for me, I would have the entire circle be something that is colored, and then have the lines and the extraction and so on be there. This one makes no sense. Like this is not something that I would have colored in any way, shape, or form. And so all of that is like teeny tiny details, but yeah. Other than that, I don't really mind. Most of the reasons, or most of the thing that I have is when you look at the solid version of the icon, that's basically what I would expect to see colored in the duotone icon. So when you're looking at the download, nothing other than the lines are colored in, and therefore that's what I would expect to happen in duotone. Like the entirety of that circle is colored in, which is what I'm expecting on the duotone and so on. So that's the small details that I don't like about these ones. And most of the times, one of the other thing that pisses me off is the transition in between states. So if you have, and I don't think this is gonna work, but if I have something like this, which is a duo color or duotone for me, and then let's say I'm changing the colors here to whatever 500, right? So that's the color in the selection. And then from here, if I'm changing icon and then I'm changing to another color, everything is fine, everything is working, and we are happy with it. As soon as I change my icon, if it works, goddamn Figma is slow, and I use something like a bit different, it's going to go through and it's going to be fine because it has the same setup, meaning that my icon has a 60 and a vector in terms of their layer names, respectively. If for some reason I'm changing this and I'm going into the non-duotone, and that's not going to work, but whatever. Um, I mean, I guess. I'm going into the regular icon and I'm getting the animals, lion's mane thing. The color is fine because the vector name in the content is the same. So there is translation and that makes sense and we are good with that. But as soon as I take this and I go back to my duotone icons, and let's use something else, my 60 is broken because now I'm going from solid icons basically to a duotone one, and it doesn't really recognize that as a portion of the original. So that's a bit of an issue, and I don't like this, but it's okay. And when you look at what I shared earlier from the Iconly Pro, for example, based on the fact that the icons themselves are split by every single thing that they have inside, and each of the layers are not named the same, when you are going to transfer from one icon to the other, if one of your icon has 3 layers and the next one has 2, then you're good. But if the next one has 5, then 3 of these layers are not going to take the color that they need to take. So that's the type of shit that pisses me off all the time. And I am doing my best on my own icon kit and UI kit to make sure that, it goes through, but you can't really go from solid to duotone to true solid, because it's just gonna you're gonna have like one more layer that is bad. But the other thing that is also important is if for some reason I take this and I change my value for um, the line and I go at 1 instead of 1.5, which is the original, if I change icon here for the same exact reason, we are going to retain that um, 1 instead of 1.5. But if for some reason, again, I'm doing the exact same thing, which is, and I don't think I can do that from this file, but we never know. If I go into the solid version and then everything is at 1, if now I'm switching back to a duotone icon right away, then half of my thing is going to be at 1 and the other half, which is at 60, like the 60%, is going to be at 1.5. So that's a pain in the ass, just for the same reason. And it's working because we are using the same names for the things. So vector is vector and vector is vector. So that's we find. And with the duo color or duotone ones where they have like some filled in portions, you end up with a third type of layer, which is a filled solid layers that doesn't take um, a border, and it will in the transition take the border because it will be named vector as well. It's a pain in the ass. So, I have a lot of things to say about icon libraries because I've built mine, and yeah, that is that's the thing. I have um I I have a license to Nucleo, I think, um, which is really nice. I want to highlight something on this one, Denny, just for the sake of things. This looks cool, mainly because of that. When the background is not there, it is okay. But you see a lot of the issues that I have here with the icon style not being the same. So these ones are duotone line and these ones are duotone solid. And there is issues with the weight of each of these icons. Like this is heavy compared to the application icon. And it's just like all of these three are very heavy and it's nice and it's good, and these ones are not. So that's kind of this one, and this one needs to be rethought or like using something else. But yeah, what I do love is this though. These are very, very cute um, systems. They are very nice. They are very nice. It's not. It's not. Um, Also, why is the stream so laggy today? That's crazy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not bugging. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. There is no crash whatsoever. Everything is in order. The stream is running. You missed nothing. Uh, all I was saying is the fact that these things are not necessarily the iOS 7. It's mostly what we have. Like basically within, I guess document is not gonna help. But if I go in galleries, my bad. If I go here, like these icons are pretty well done when it comes to their presentation and so on, but they are black on top, and it's the exact same rendering. It's just that instead of being black so that it works on everything, right now on the designs from Sebastiano, it is black with a blending mode, which is probably screen or overlay to just get like the blue to pop up a bit more. But yeah, that's same concept nonetheless. But we like it. We like it. And yeah, I do have like a full license for this thing. I don't know if I remember. I do. God damn. Ah, for fuck's sake. God damn. They don't have uh they don't have the thing in question. They don't have uh the animation or animated things that I was talking about. But they do have like a ton of interesting icon systems that you know, yeah, are good. So we do like it. We do like it. They have some issues in the design itself, but it's fine. Um, but yeah, all of that is good. Their presentation is nice all the times. I've used some of them as inspiration for my own icons, and then I made some changes and so on to get like some better outputs. So these are neat. I think the only kind of weird thing that they have in comparison to the others is that they are not exactly the same is weird, but like not exactly the same for different sizes. So here, for example, you can see how the 24 and the 32 have more details, and 48 will have a lot more details. They have like this thing which is conditional sizing for where the icon is going to be used, and you use the value to make sure that you are using the correct one because you have enough space to showcase an illustration at 48, or an icon or iconography at 24 because it needs to be understandable at a small um at a small size. So that's the thing. That is the thing. This thing is pissing me off though. I don't I don't like this. The amount of roundness that they have right here is good, and it's a correct amount of value for the edge and the corners, but it's too tight. It's too tight. Anyways, do we have fitness on this? Sports for you, Dapshi, specifically. We have back muscle, abs with titties, or abs with titties but without a bra. Not really. Um, dumbbells, arm muscle, climbing, some machines. That's pretty cool. If you want to do crunches, some ass, as always. Always useful to have the ass. Nutritions. I feel like this is pretty good. They are male TDs, yes. Gaining weight, losing weight. I feel like Nucleo could be a good thing for you. Right there. If, it could, maybe. I forgot the price though. So that might be, yeah. um, eh, the whole thing for $150 instead of 400. I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. Um, yeah, I bought the core a long time ago, so that's uh, that's a good thing. That is a good thing, nonetheless. Nonetheless. What else? Plaza, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. We're currently talking about icons, and otherwise we are helping on a variety of projects, including this one, which is an encrypted chat similar to Slack and Discord. So yeah, icons is one that I remember. It I think you said that as a joke, but I think icon is a specific. It's not. I don't know. My brain is. I feel like I've seen them before. I might be dead. Um, yeah. Scrolling through the software and dev category. I appreciate the Twitch today. What are you? I'm guessing you're probably a dev. We are. I mean, I am a designer. Even though sometimes we are in the code as AI assisted code because I'm not skilled in any way for when that comes or when that happens. I can do some stuff in SwiftUI, but that's about it. Um, Most of the times we are in design tools and helping others and so on. So yeah, that's the current thing. Does Icon Tokyo? That's a different one. I know where that shop is. Um, but yeah. Depsy, this is advertising. You're gonna get banned by Stony. That's not good. What is your startup doing? What did you do? Also, I feel like I need to click on that. Jan, you said something earlier. You said I'm having a brainstorm right now to design a search window for Hyper that works well for both desktop and mobile. I think the best option for that is going to be some sort of a command K, um, because you don't really have a choice. And command K on desktop and regular search for mobile is an option. The thing is the window itself um, doesn't necessarily like the design of it doesn't necessarily need to be good or bad or different or standing out or whatever. What needs to happen is the the quality and the responsiveness of the search is what is going to be the most important thing. So maybe you find like a package or something that is powering your search system so that it can be as responsive as possible. Um, or or it's gonna be responsive in the beginning, and that's not necessarily the good thing. What specifically, Cat? Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Specifically, what is going to be complicated is the amount of content that you're supposed to have within your app on Hyper. You have like technically speaking so much stuff, and having a search that is uh, reactive and powerful and good at that level is going to be complex. So yeah, that's the thing. Other than that, it's fine. It is fine. Um, uh, Denny, for your questions, just be yourself. Just act like, I mean, not act, just be natural. just, just, you have a call with someone. If it's an intern that is going to join the company and, be working with you, just make sure that you are behaving as you would behave with them on the job. Because, if you are fake during the call, and let's say, I don't know, um, let's say I take a persona on stream and I'm become so bubbly and so friendly and I have all my shit together and whatever, and then you find me in real life and I'm just bored and depressed and whatever. It's not gonna match. So if during the call it seems like a great company and so on, and then the person joins and it's bad, then they will have a bad experience, and you don't want that. You don't want that. So don't do that. Don't do that. Also, Plaza, you said you can't tell because um, it's specific to implant an AI. That is interesting. Can you tell me about the type of implant? I'm curious now. I am curious. Um, I will check the video in a second. Kat, you said you were outside. Outside. Ah, what a concept. Also, what Grizz said is very much a bar from rapper, but yeah, if you're real with them, they will be real with you, and that's basically what you need. So, yeah. Um, You had another coffee meeting. You had a picnic yesterday or 2 days ago. You have another coffee meeting today, which is crazy. So, yeah, I mean, that's great. I hope it brings us to a position, you know, goddamn. Um, oh, that's cute as fuck. Sorry, that was neat. Ah, my God. One day I'll have the brain power and the willpower as well to create all of these micro interactions. Um, this is Heaper. This is the app from Yan. That scroll to select is really cool. Not gonna lie, I like it. I like it a lot. I like the transition that you have right there. It's very simple and it's a good thing. But I do see your issue with creating a search system like this that is uh, available on desktop and on mobile with the same level of capabilities, and I don't think that's the thing. Um, they become the front one instead of the background. Why is the stream so laggy today? I mean, I know why. It's basically because of the fucking, um, you know, video at the same time, but goddamn. It's the washing machine for sure. Um, so you said when the image flips, they change the size. They become the front one size instead of the background size. So you mean here, like from there, it goes tiny, and then it grows? Is that the issue that you're talking about? Um, and then you say it's not for titties, then I'm not interested. It's not for titties, Plaza. That's, I mean, AI TDs would be pretty interesting. Uh, Microactions, so training the data on open source model. So I want to get off OpenAI APIs. That is good. um, I don't know if you can pull from Pinterest from what Yan has done, but yeah. Um, and I mean, technically, right now, Dapshi, even though you're laughing about torrent and it's a joke, torrenting is more interesting now than it used to be. Like we talked about this before, and piracy is back. I mean, has never left, but is basically back, based on the fact that uh, we pirated things because we couldn't have access. That's the first thing, and then we got access, and it was cheap, and it was nice, and we liked it, and so we all got all the subscriptions, and then um, the subscription got up and up and up, and we are now paying, if you have like 3 subscriptions for your movies and content and whatever, even the porn, you are paying up to $80 a month for just the content we used to have for free. So torrenting is a lot more than relevant and useful than it used to be. So yeah, Star, work on it. Canucks, how's your day going? How have you been? How's everything? Um, so that's That's the thing. Um, but yeah, it goes tiny and then back to big. I get it. I get it. It's a weird thing. But nonetheless, I do understand, yeah, the issue in between, or the complexity of that search page on desktop slash bigger screens to place that on mobile. If you want to keep the same thing, I'm going to repeat myself because you heard me say that before. The mobile version doesn't necessarily need to get the exact same features as the desktop version. You may be able to get through with a limited version of the search on mobile just because, or technically in terms of the features that you have on mobile, just because it doesn't um, fit. um, I know you want everything, and I know you will have everything at some point, but in the beginning, and you probably already are there, having a search. Um, but yeah, you know, it makes sense to me. To search that is limited. Um, and plans that the pay as you go thing uh is fine when it's fair pricing as you go. Right now, that's not the case. That's a weird thing, Stony. I don't I don't know what that is, but the layout has changed, and it's fine. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Um, the subscription model makes no sense, and this is gonna be one of these days again. Capitalism shouldn't exist. The way that we have things in place right now is really bad, and I don't like it. And for things that I'm building, most of the time, I'm trying to provide the service as a one-time fee or provide it in a way that is making sense on the long term. So this is my current pricing model for bands specifically, but it's also going to be applied to a lot of other things. And it is anti-capitalistic slash capitalistic things in a way that is non-greedy and therefore still making me a ton of money, but not as greedy as other people. So for example, here, I have started a system that is $30 per year in the beginning. And my goal is to reach a floor of $6 per year at the end of whatever I'm using. And so with that system, I'm using Clerk for the authentication. I'm using the Convex for the database, and the hosting is on Cloudflare, which is basics, but all good. And based on that, my pricing that I need to have at 1 million active users is $3.50 per user to make sure that, you know, I still make money and I can still pay the bills at 1 million active users. My floor is going to be 6 so that it's doubled, so that if something happened, I can still have like a bit of a cushion and you know, a buffer in case. But what that means is for the first 3 years to reach like the 1,000 users, I'm gonna make 3K, so 1K per year roughly. And as I said, I'm probably gonna make $120 on the first year, maybe 500, 600 on the second, and then four, like the remaining, the 2K that are remaining on the third year. With that thing, And the more time pass, the more money I'm making. And after roughly 8 years, when we reach something like 14 million users, if the growth is constant, which is never the case, I am still making 2 million, which is not much. Like 2 million in 8 years is not a lot. It's like 100K per year in total, roughly. Um, but it's an interesting thing. It's not greedy. It's covering the bills, and I'm still good. And how that works is everything is going down in price, meaning that every time I go down the steps, the price goes down for everyone. So everyone pays 30 in the beginning, and then they pay 28, and then they pay 26 up until they reach 6. And right now, what is currently happening is they all start at like $9 a month or 9.99. So let's do 10 to be cool. And then the floor price, or the current state of things, is 24. So the more time passes, the more expensive things are. Meaning that in the beginning, it's going to take a while to get through things. But right now, with some platforms like Spotify, which has a lot more than 14 million users, at 24 months, they are going to be making 125 and 127 millions per year, which is crazy. And I don't like it. So my pricing system is a subscription model that goes down instead of going up. So it makes more sense to me. And the initial years are the one that are creating the buffers and so on. So, you know, it's uh, it's a nice system. So I don't like subscription, but you don't have a choice when you have other things that are using subscription. So, for example, Convex is a subscription for me. Clerk is a subscription as well, and therefore I need to have something that just works. So yeah, take a welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Nonetheless, small details, small chats about stuff. Um, in UX UI, how do you think of design when you're building a new product? I've always been curious about it. It depends. So, also sorry for the delay on this one. I went on a tangent for the fucking pricing, as I always do. Um, it really depends on the things, and it really depends on what we're trying to achieve. But if you have a new product, a new thing that doesn't really exist yet, there is some uh, correlated work and parallel work that exists. So as I mention every time, the e-commerce are doing something that is basically the same as um, a photo gallery. There is just like something on top of it, which is a price. And you would have the ability to get like a correlated work that you can get as an inspiration. But if you are truly creating something that is brand new, then you don't have any other options than to start with research and user research most likely compared to visual research. So if I'm building um, a music streaming platform, for example, I will go to Spotify, I would go to Grooveshark, I would go to other platforms that already exist or have existed to take inspiration and see what they have done well, what they have done wrong, and what we can learn from that. If I'm building something that doesn't exist at all, let's say, I don't know, uh, a pill that makes your dick bigger, your big digger, yeah, that exists. That's not true. I don't know, like your titties implant with AI in it. It doesn't exist. I'm gonna look at what the user wants. Why is this something in the market that is necessary to happen? And the research is going to be asking people and researching the users that are the potential targets and so on.
Plaza TV is now following.
So all of that, thank you for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. All of that is going to be the angle of like thinking about the UX first. What needs to be in there? What needs to be taken into consideration? Why would this work compared to this one? Why would this thing that the users that we have interviewed is not something that we need to follow or like very much anchor on because it's kind of a misconception based on the current state of things. And this is a lot of thing that a designer would know, someone that is in the market would know as well, but not necessarily the most obvious thing. Um, and then once you have all of that, you go into, okay, what is the interface that would be the most appropriate for that type of users and for that type of experience? So if you think of the Humane AI pin, for example, they have a pico projector that needs to go into your hand, and then from there you have hand gestures to navigate through the entire thing. It is an interesting concept, but it is not the most user-friendly and appropriate type of user interface, but it's a step in the right direction. The true end goal would have been something that is just voice activated with like earbuds or glasses, I think. But the tech is not there yet, so yeah, I get it. But that's basically the thing. You go into either I think I know what happened. I think the entirety of the things that are running in the background or were running in background was the reason why things uh today. But yeah, internet was kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie, this was bad. What did you miss? What did you miss? Um, and also, then Ego is really good. Ego is one of the things that we have used uh back in 2013 for a lot of things. So yeah, it's interesting. It's a fun app as well. It's working well. So yeah. Um, by the way, if you're bookmarking a lot of shit on Twitter, there is a new app that just dropped that is pretty cool, which I'm gonna take a look at in a second. It's interesting. Um, uh, yeah. Chris, welcome on in. How are you? I don't know about the stupid part. I understand, but might not be the best angle. Um, like you can read it in multiple ways. It is catchy, and I do understand, but you can read it as you think I'm stupid and I need you, which is not necessarily true. It's just like I don't have the design skills, and therefore, um, you know, it's it, um, but um, yeah. Other than that, yeah, I know, but that's basically how you could read it. And I know you have the underline, which is probably going to be on hover, like "don't make me think" type of phrasing and so on. But there might be, yeah, exactly, on time. Um, uh, I've been in the game for longer than you've been alive, Grizz. So it's obviously I know what you're trying to do in there. I I do understand. I don't think um, the CEOs or the people that would hire you would know what you know and what I know. Like for me, it goes to "don't make me think." For a CEO that is brand new, for a CEO that doesn't really have thought about the UI and the usability of the product that they have, they might read this as, oh, you think I'm stupid. Like that's the thing that I could see. But if it works for you and it's catchy and it does the conversion, then you're good. But if that's not the case, I would change that to maybe uh, a thing that is a bit more um, like maybe you could just say a product designer who designs for usability or for dead simple usability or for the stupid usability. Like I mean, stupid is very strong, so I don't know, but for something like that simple usability is an option. Um, but yeah, the rest is okay. Um, it it sounds it sounds a bit cliche, but you don't have a choice. Um, I mean, basically, what I don't like here is the practical outcomes because it is what makes sense, but it's also like the most overused sentence. So, eh, um, yeah. Other than that, Denny's question is pretty true as well. What am I gonna get for something that is for the stupids? Like, yeah, me neither. I'm not good with text. You know that. You could rephrase it by having um the sentences in different places. So I'm Grizz. I worked with startups and governments turning complex objectives into clear and practical outcomes for the past 5 years. Like that's, I'm removing the product designer who designed for the stupid section. So it's just like just reorganizing things. You could go into something that is a bit more detailed on, you know, um, what the stupid means for you specifically, and you could go through a system that just says, um, I'm gonna use Stoney's word because it makes sense, but you can say effortless interfaces so that it basically means that you don't need to think. It is effortless, so you arrive on the interface and you're like, oh yeah, I get it. No questions. It makes sense. Um, so that's a thing. And then I think my issue with that sentence is the comma right there. It is overused as well. Yes, I agree with that. I'm not gonna deny it. It is overused. Everything is gonna be overused. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you need one of these. One second, I need a pee, and then I'm gonna show you something else. I do agree with the fact that it's not something that you would see every single day when it comes to design stuff. But um, I do think that you might want to get this explanation, like the thing that you have on the hover. I would probably put it within the text right away. Like instead of having on hover, don't make me think, like stupid by don't make me think, and so on, whatever. If you have that in parentheses, if you have that in um the Benji things, you know, you we've seen that. We've talked about it many times. But if you have this like this, for example, if you have that annotation on the word stupid right away, that is written when you open the website, not something that is like on hover only. Like if it is in there and I have the information right away, then I'm probably gonna be okay with it. Like it doesn't attack me as a CEO that doesn't know what you do. Specifically, if you contacted me, like if you emailed me, and I'm opening your website because the email is good, and in the website I'm seeing that you designed for the stupids. I You contacted me, therefore you think I'm stupid. Like that's the mental model that some people may have, which is not necessarily good, not necessarily good, not bad, but not necessarily good. That's the thing. But yeah, like another annotation like this with the Bureau font that we talked about before, right there, because it's free and it's easy, and as an option, you can do that. It's a very, very simple system. But yeah, other than that, eh, eh. Other than that, I don't know. I feel like everything else is pretty fine. It's okay. It's working. The the phrasing and the order of things might be something that you want to have. Um, but yeah, that recap is pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty good thing. Um, Let me go back to this. Chris, how was the Cursor Cafe? How was that? And Yan, what are you both talking about? uh, Spatial is good. I have it. um, I mean, I have the beta version of Spatial, um, but it's not. I'm not someone that works in that type of environment. I don't know if there's something about it that is just like, yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know. I guess it's the trademark for Spatial, which is not. I don't think it is trademarked. Nonetheless, the thing in question that I was talking about is Core X, which is an app that you have on your computer just for Mac that basically goes through your bookmarks and then organize them properly. So I asked the creator if we could have the likes as well. Would be an amazing thing. Um, and this is open source ish. Like you can get the code for this. But it is really well done, and it it makes a lot of sense. It's very simple. You have like pretty good overall like navigation presentation and so on for this entire thing. So I do like it. But it does have some issues here and there that are not like necessarily what you want to have. And as I said before, I would love that to get the likes. But as we talked about with the creator of this thing, um, it's complicated to get the fucking thing because it's a massive data set. So yeah, here is the link in question. For now, it's free and open source, so you can, you know, I mean, it's the link, it's the tweeted question, so that you can follow the person that is creating it and following through. But yeah, the code is fine. It's understandable. It's a bit of a weird thing. It's using your access token to basically log in as you so that you don't have to have um, an API key from Twitter, which makes a lot of sense. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. And the code is fine. No, um, yeah, someone else that I am in contact with is building something that is basically a browser interface instead of an app now. Um, Basically, what they have decided to do is instead of having like a native code app, they are creating or they are reusing a browser shell, and then they are limiting said browser to only do a very specific set of things, which is fine, but also, different, not necessarily the best option. So it's fine, it's okay. But yeah, that's the thing. This app is pretty interesting. I feel like there are like a ton of things that are going to be uh interesting within that concept of an app. And as I mentioned before, and I don't think I can show you that safely, this is going to be a titty situation again. Indeed, goddamn, this is not even titties at this point. Um, I think it's on my saved stuff. I think someone a while ago um had made this thing, and we haven't heard about it since, well, since that post. So this thing was uh design bookmarks for everything. And so they have their bookmarks for Twitter, for whatever, and you have it here. But we don't have a single reply. We don't have a single link. We don't have a single thing about it. And and there hasn't been any update, and I'm so sad about it. Um, yeah, I mean, this one is a bit of an interesting thing with the carousel thing with the latest. The one that I have made for myself, because obviously, I need one of these for categorization and so on. At the end of the day, I just get a big ass list like nothing else. And it's not something that will open the the tweet in question within the interface, it's just going to go straight to Twitter. And if for some reason the tweet has been deleted, I still have the image on my end, but I don't have the rest of the content, which is kind of sad. So, you know. Um, but yeah, but there is a ton of apps that are doing the exact same thing, and I do agree with that. Um, I do agree with that. Everything is going to be the same kind of vibe. Um, so it depends. I don't think I can give you an answer in 20 seconds because I already took 20 seconds to say just that. Uh, basically, I'm not someone that uses bookmarks because um, I usually don't trust bookmarks. I don't know why. Don't ask. I don't know. I trust my likes, which is even less trustable, but it's easier for me to go through my likes rather than my bookmarks because it usually doesn't exist. Like I'm just on the saved stuff. Um, so that's the first thing. What I do need for myself is what and I'm you know what I'm about to say. You don't know what I'm about to say. Why did I click on the Japanese one by default? God damn it. Um the Nothing OS and specifically the Nothing OS uh screenshot system is what I think is the best option. And if you don't know what it is, let me explain. Basically, anytime you take a screenshot on a Nothing phone, it will prompt you to say, what the fuck is this screenshot? What is it about? Like, what is this thing? You just screenshot something. What is it? And instead of having this as a like built in the metadata of the image, which should be better, but whatever, it is adding this to the Nothing note taking app thingy. So you take a screenshot, you explain what the screenshot is about, or what the picture is about, or whatever is about, and then it adds a note that is linked to the image or the thing. And what I'm doing here is exactly the same thing. So I'm going to like stuff on Twitter. It's going to be passed on like at midnight every day. And then I'm getting like the new likes from that day. And I'm categorizing the things from, is this something that I want to talk about? Or is this something that I don't care? It's just, I liked it because I liked it, but that's about it. And when I do like it, I add a bit of a reason why. And I wish I had like more likes to showcase, but I'm basically just adding um, a reason of why is this thing the thing that I saved and why is it saved? And that's basically what I would love to have in a bookmark app thingy as an automated thing. And for I think that is basically what it is. So when you take a screenshot, you have uh, a link, and you also have like a reason and so on. Pool day is a bit of a complicated things. It seems like a good option and a good idea, but so far we haven't been able to get access to it, so I'm kind of sad about this. Uh, and let me break that last message. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But I'm doing that after the fact, and I'm doing that automated within something that is like a third-party app that I built myself. But I don't know if I would go to a dedicated app like Pull Day, like Heaper, like anything else, like Eagle, um, to figure out exactly how I would take the screenshots and so on. So I don't know. Um, Other than that, you know, eh. But Pull Day is an interesting concept. Um, I don't know. Maybe, maybe. You've done a very good job so far. It is on my phone already. Um, but I'm not using it just because it's I don't I you know what? Let me re-explain that. I want this thing to be automated in the way, and maybe that's the case. And I don't fucking know because we didn't talk about it. Let me let me show you. Right now, if I like this post or if I bookmark this post, they are on Twitter. Right this instant, call is not synced. So if I just sync it, it's going to fetch my save stuff, and sadly, it's going through the entire stack again. Like it doesn't check the last one. And once we have the 190 and 83, this one is going to pop in. That alone is a huge benefit for me to just say, this is a good thing, and it's an easier to use system than anything else. But this one, once the fetch happened, which is at midnight, so I can't really show you, I'm gonna have this view here with the new likes of the day. And from here, I have a Tinder style thing, and I can say, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. I save this, this is the reason, and so. That, Lone Traveler, have a good rest of your day. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. That is automated. So I don't have to do anything other than like on the platform that I want to be in. And so if you can figure out a way for me to log into my Twitter account, to log into my Threads account, to log into my Instagram account, crazy to log into my Pinterest account from Heaper, and every time I'm liking something, it's directly in there, then yeah, I would use it. Like there would be no reason for me to not use it. But because right now, if I need to manually go do something, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. However, I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't think I would be able to use it because I don't think you would be able to do it. Not because you don't have the skills, but because the availability of this feature specifically for Twitter is going to cost you $1,000 a month to make it work, just so that you can have the API stuff on the Twitter end thingy. And I don't think this is worth that much. So if you find a way, which is basically what I did with the bird CLI and or the Twitter CLI things, you basically go through your CLI to get your access token through your Chrome browser thing, and then you get the token in question, and then you are using kinda curl basically with the access token in every time to go fetch something, which is basically what happens for core. Core is just fetching things through the access token, and that's it. Um, isn't that cheaper than what? For you to pay $1,000 a year or $1,000 a month, I forgot how much the pricing is. I mean, I would need to pay you for, the usage and so on, the API key and such. So, yeah. Um, if you check once a day, yes, but once a day is basically 24 times a day, technically, because, you know, every user time zone and things is going to be a different position. So you have every hours of the day there is a fetch that happens, um, which is still going to be like the same amount, but yeah. Right now, and I'm not gonna lie, this is free for me. Zo Computer is still a free thing, and I'm going through like, God, that scared me again. Uh, it's going to fetch automatically every day, and it's fine. And the core is free as well. So, again, not against it. Just telling you that potentially, um, that would be what would sway me into using the platform. Um, if there is like that automation thing, and specifically if it's in the free tier, then yeah, why not? Yeah. So I saw something, but it's not true. Um, I don't think we have the thing, because that is XAI stuff. Yeah, it's a usage base. Going back to what Plaza was saying, we're just going usage base now. Like if I'm not creating anything, if I'm not DMing anyone, if I'm not interacting with anything, if I don't read, if I read users, but I'm basically going to read users once a day, so it's going to be somehow like at 0, but 5K is the minimum. And if I read the post, like I'm not liking 5,000 things per day, so that's fine. But on a monthly basis, I do like around 100 posts per day, if not more. Like this morning checks was 142 posts to categorize in yes or no. You know, it happens. So that would still mean somehow, like if I just read the post, $25 a month, she's not good. which is not good. Yeah. I have a feeling that there is something that is like in the free tier of the Twitter API thing. I just don't remember what it is. Just don't remember what it is. Um, but I know it is somewhere. Nonetheless. Stony, do you mean your TV was turned off and then you connected to it through your phone to play some music and it turned on? Is that what you saying? Or it was like in sleep mode? I guess that is. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That's interesting. Yeah. Eh. Uh, all right. I see. That could be the thing for me specifically. If I get that in the reply with my bearer tokens, which is within my browser, if I remember correctly. You know, it could be good. I think your shadows are too strong. I think that shadow thing right there, and specifically that thing right here with the fucking sidebar being cropped is weird. Other than that, it's good. Other than that, it's good. Um, it's uh, it's a working system. The simplicity of it is good. Um, the only thing that I might not understand as someone that doesn't necessarily use these things on a daily basis, and I know you do, so I trust you on the layout, is the placement of things right here. I would probably say, from my point of view, I would have um, drives home up. So basically, the other way around, or home drive up. I don't really know how it works. Just because going up from what I'm currently in seems to make sense, and I'm gonna go from folder up to parent folder, up to parent drive, up to home, if that's the thing, or if it's like from current folder to parent drive, or to parent home to home drive, if that is the flow. I don't know. Specifically on Windows, I don't really know how it works. I know that for me, it is on macOS, it's drive home content. Um, or yeah, drive home content in that order. So that's for me, that's the reason why I would say I would swap these two icons in terms of usability. And then the new folder here, um, is good. No, no issues with that. Like that's working. The rest is fine. The icons, I don't know who made them, but they're pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with the icons themselves that you have selected. Hey, good choice. Good choice. Good choice. Other than that, it's fine. It's working. It's working. It does the job. It does the job. But yeah. Yeah, I know. The only thing that is either you took a screenshot and it looks like this for that reason, or it really looks like this, and I don't know if that's good. The fact that, and I should zoom in like this, the fact that both, like um, the parent model and the current model have the same width is fucking my brain in the wrong way. Um, like that's a weird thing. What? Yeah. Eh, eh. It's in the libraries, right? It's not. It kind of is. Hmm. Hmm. It's a bit slow. I don't know if it's supposed to be linked, but it's a tad slow. Um, and when I'm clicking on something, when I click on one element, I have a feeling that this is like in my head, it should, instead of double click to get the things, it should either, no, you're right. Nope, forget about it. Ah, yeah. No, you need the double click to access the things because basically it's, oh, do I want to add this folder? If I just have like a click equal content addition, then yeah. Like if I just want to add that, then it makes sense. It makes sense. Um, I should not have clicked on created. Yeah, that's a got me. Ah, so yeah, it's slow. And I have like two reasons for this. One of them is this is your computer. So I'm trying to fetch the root tree from your computer. Um, so it's kinda complex, but I feel like it should be faster than this, you know? Like if I click on that button, I feel like I should be there already. And like the speed at which I should be able to get in, um, yeah, I feel like it should navigate as fast as if I was on my own computer. So, yeah. Why do you do a check for empty folders? Um, like, why not just send me to the thing and it's empty and it has an empty state that just says, well, this is empty, and then you can go back up. Like, why not do that? The other thing is, and this is a same thing, this is a me thing, so you take that if you want. If you don't want, I get it. But I do navigate things like this a lot, and I've always done this, and it always has been like the easiest to understand for my brain in column system. Um, which again, it would technically invalidate this entire thing because you have the columns in the right order. So you would have drives that are pre-selected if you need to be pre-selected, home that is pre-selected if it needs to be pre-selected, and it has like many options. But I do understand, like, technically speaking, what I have is drive that is here, then home that is specific to me, then my stuff. So music, for example, is going to be one of yours, or movies, and then the content that is in the movies, and so on. But you know, like I like to navigate in columns. It is a bit of a more complex things. But yeah, I guess that's the only that's the only time that I'm actively navigating through um like through folders with my fingers and the keyboard. Like usually I'm a mouse and keyboard type of person, but when I'm navigating my folders, I am 99% of the time just uh, like this. Like that's basically what's happening. So yeah, I don't know, but that's how it goes. So uh, yeah, nonetheless, it's working. um, and the reason also probably let me say that probably the reason why I feel like this is slow is because I'm navigating in columns most of the times, which means that I end up with the content being displayed instantly with the previous content also being displayed, so I can re-navigate back with no issues because the navigation tree is preloaded. So right now, for example, if I were to go back up, I would need to go here, which means that it should be instant because I was there a second ago. So the check was done. And then if I go up because I was there a second ago, it shouldn't take 3 seconds to do the check for the empty folder again. Um, at least. Like I don't mind the forward taking a lot more time, but the backward needs to be instant because I'm just like navigating back to where I used to be. So it's just um it yeah. What do you mean it doesn't as you see? I don't see shit. I see it slow. I see both directions are slow. But if I click on back right here, if that's back, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. So that's the thing. And then if I go in, 3 seconds as well. And 3 seconds as well. So that's the thing. It doesn't really matter, but it's not instant. At least not from what I can see. It's probably instant on your end, and that's the thing that I was saying. There is a probability which is very high that the reason why it is sluggish is because I'm currently looking at your drives, and therefore it needs to also go through the layer of sending the data and so on. But yeah, nonetheless, the fact that you don't really have that dual um thing is fine. It's a good system. It's working. Um, all right, cool. Well, then it shouldn't take 30 seconds. How the fuck do I delete this thing now? That's the that remove thing is kind of weird. It was grayed out as if I couldn't do it, and I still could. So, yeah. Mm. Mm. It's fine. Um. Mm. I see so many issues, but you know. Mm. Do you have? I don't think you do, but we never know. Do you have CSS values for the icon styling, like the line width and so on, or is this like a hard coded base stuff? So that thing seems wrong, but it's fine. I think it's on your icon directory in the resources. Um, I guess. The reason why I'm asking is because it seems pretty slim. These look like they are slimmer than I thought they would be. And I should have taken a zoomed in picture because it's just like it doesn't make any sense. But no, not you, bitch. Get the fuck out. Yeah. It seems to be the 1.5, which is fine, but it's just huh. Yeah, kinda. Um Did I? Did I do that? I don't know if I did. I don't. It might be something else then. It might just be the text right here. You are in text base, and you have a font weight of 500. Do you have the other ones? Like, do you have the 600 and such in there? I don't think you do. You do. Maybe it's just that. Yeah, that looks better. It looks more aligned. Um, as in when I'm looking at this thing, and let's say I'm just, even if it's zoomed in, it's gonna be fine. If I'm taking that with that level of things that we have right now, and let me just duplicate it, get the L portion, because it's it's the big one. At like 40% opacity, we're gonna be a bit bigger, which makes sense. And then if we take the I, which is supposed to be a bit slimmer, then we're gonna be the same width roughly. So that's gonna be a better alignment. So your tabs might need to be somehow 400 instead of 500 for the font weights, and maybe, but that's going to be a bit of a tricky thing to do if you don't have the control, get your 500 when selected, and you might need to have the icons be kind of bolder as well, but that's I get it. I get it. Don't worry about it. I mean, it makes sense. It's okay. It's fine. Don't stress. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. This is slow. Right now we have the 1.5 here and the medium for the text. It might, should, may um be better if, why are you not? That crazy. What the fuck? Okay, cool. If we have 1.5 here, then this thing maybe needs to get regular in terms of the font weight. And then on hover, if we go with still 1.5, but we still want to have like a bit of a thing, we could get the medium because it makes sense. And then if we want to get the active right with a bit of a change, we could go to semi-bold and then take this thing to 2. I'm gonna kill some people. Or just keep that like medium, because that makes more sense. And the reason for that is when you look at the pixels, it's basically 2 points. And so if my icon is 2 point, that makes sense. Man Brave, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? It could be good. But then again, you know, I'd uh, I'd go there. That's the first thing, and I'd probably also not 100%, but now that you have that, um, you just changed back to icon 1.5. 1.5 is good. 1.5 is the default for all the icons. Like there is no other thing when it comes to, what you're getting outside of the, also this is cute, what you're getting outside of the icon system right here. These are 1.5. The only one that are not 1.5 are the bold icon that are at 3 when necessary. I don't I don't think I don't think I would have said 1, but yeah, I don't I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I mean, the fact remains this is still 1.5 in the Figma file, so I doubt I have changed anything to 1 point. But maybe I did at some point. Like these ones are 2 for the mobile version, or I think the TV version. So yeah. Oh, you're using a sprite? That's right. I don't think you should use a sprite. um, I don't know. Going back, and again, it's not a necessary thing, and it's just like a me change, just for fucking with you. Don't worry about it. Um, if you wanted to, and that's a different thing. If you wanted to do this, which is, even if we say instead of being at 1.5 here, we are just at 1 in default, which I would implies light, and then regular there at 1.5, and then at 2 we are on medium. So you have that hover effect with the variable font that also changes and so on. Then the sprite might not be the best option, because you would have the controls that are probably top level, and that's not what you want. You want like granular controls on each of the icons separated, in which case I doubt sprite is a good idea, in which case I doubt the system is a good idea for your current implementation. So if you're currently at 1, which doesn't seem to be the case when we are like, looking at it and so on, the easiest thing for you, instead of changing the icons themselves, is to simply change the text of the element. Oh, well, then you don't have to do anything. If they all have the variable thing with the value, you just need to change the value. Like I don't see why I would need to give you the sprite again then. That's the thing. You already have everything that you need, I think. I mean, based on what you just said. So, yeah. I don't know. Alan, welcome back. I mean, technically you should be able to, but I don't think the website is up uh, because that is the reason. I can't work on this thing. Ah. Atakan, welcome on in. That's an interesting first message. How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, this is kind of bad. I don't like it. I don't have a choice. It's okay. I can live with it. Um, so you know, if next month I'm back at like 20 and it's working and we can run through stuff. Um, maybe I can just do something about it, but yeah. The fact that this bitch ran for 5 million tokens and 5 million tokens cost me almost $5 at 50% off. God damn. God damn. So yeah, that's the reason. Maybe I will release the tour at some point. I just can't. I just cannot. I cannot do so. Also, the reason why the stream was basically um crashing is because Cursor and Xcode and GitHub were running at the same time. And now that they are closed, the stream is not crashing, so I can't reopen them to just do things. For what? Basically to create the plan to fix a bug based on crash logs. And then once I deployed it to my own device, it didn't fix the bug and it introduced another bug that was more destructive than the thing that it was supposed to fix. So I had to revert everything. So it was 460 for nothing. Having the three apps open and watching a video at the same time crashed the stream. Yeah. I know. I know. It's crazy. It is crazy. My internet connection becomes unstable and my computer just doesn't like it. So I'm on an M1 Max on the latest version of the beta software of macOS. So it's fine, but it's not good. 5 days? Yeah. No, it's usually working. It's just like there are some things that are processor intensive that I have noticed. So when, for example, OBS is running at the same time of something that is processor intensive, like the simulator, like a video player, like a second video player, and so on. So it's yeah, mm, it's just weird. Um, I also understand this. You may want to check um unless you already have checked and off obviously, I'm looking for the thing, and because I don't know the name, this is not gonna be good. Is it here? Yeah, it is. You might want to check collaborator. Um, you know, collaborator is potentially an interesting thing where basically you have the ability to just create terminal windows on an infinite canva, and it will be remaining within your project and whatever. And so then you can go back into that terminal specific, and it has the history of that terminal specific thing. So it's it's interesting. It's a concept. It's specific for AI agents and so on. So if that is your thing, it's interesting. Um, we don't have a fucking. I wish we had, a link to the Who. Don't have shit. This is Collaborator, which is supposed to be an app right there. God damn. That lets you run multiple versions of or multiple tabs in a way that is a bit more visual than the others. As always, this thing is more than alpha version, and I don't think it's been like maintained that much. There has been like some update 2 weeks ago, but I mean, it's interesting. And Tmux is, yeah, it has very similar things. That is true. That is true. Nonetheless, it's in there. It's part of the amount of things that I have stalled at some point and then checked, and yeah, sometimes I have good things, sometimes I don't. Like right now, the last thing that I do have is this thing, which apparently, and I doubt it's going to be true, and I don't really like the concept, but I need to check it out to make sure that it's true. Suno is an AI app to generate music, which doesn't really vibe good with me. But the fact that this thing is open source and free is crazy. And so I need to check it out to make sure that the output or how the output sound compares to the Suno thing, because I can detect Suno's output. I know how it sound, and I have heard like so many Suno made musics that I need a way to make sure that I can also detect when these are coming from there. So I need to download this thing and figure it out. But yeah, to be checked. All of that is also, as always, the main reason these things are going to run on device. So these are all of the models that can run on device, in which case it's interesting. Like it's always more interesting to run these models locally for free rather than not. So I like that. I like that. Other than that, we're good. But yeah, no, Stony, other than the thing that I was talking about here on some of the details, everything is pretty good. Everything there is pretty good. That changed. Did you revert something with your folder navigation thingy? Why? I thought it was good. I thought we were good. God. Why is it changed it? Why am I back? Why me back on that? when I add a folder here, I mean, a second ago it used to be the thing that you just did, and now it's not. Is it on new ones only? Oh yeah, that's something that you could improve upon if you wanted to. The thing that I just did right there, creating a new library, and then it gives me a success and it shows me the library itself. I would expect to load this directly. Just, you know, yeah, you reverted it. Or at least something reverted it, which is bad. Did you say revert to that commit for the fucking icon thickness, whatever? Hmm? Is this what happens? Hmm? That's probably the case. That is probably the case. I don't like this. I don't like this. Ah, you may have. I think you may have, yes. I'm gonna blame that, not you. Just you may have checked out something else. However, one of the things that I'm noticing that is not good, based on my personal preferences, is the way that you have your header here. You have the back button within, underneath the header title. That's not good. Ah, goddamn. Uh, Let me see if I have made that mistake and that's the reason why you have it like this. Or is it just because we have the back button in one place at one point and then uh, you just added the header on top? I don't know. Anyways, Kane, welcome back. I didn't click on the thing yet, so congrats. I'm seeing these though. Oh my god. Ah. It looks inverted. Ah, it looks inverted. It looks like I'm pressing the other two. Specifically when I'm switching here. Like this one looks like it's getting pressed, which is not the case. But it's fine. Nonetheless, similar as last time, I think these styling of buttons, if you wanted to have that, I would do the same thing here to have something that makes more sense. But it's fine. And then I'm expecting interesting. Sad. Ah, yes. It's cheap, but it works. Good job. I like it. I like it. I like it. It doesn't have physics. I mean, it does have physics, but it doesn't have physics. But if I go into one direction or the other, it's gonna be dropped in the right. That's congrats. That's great. I don't think I can type. Oh, you mean here? Ah, yeah. I see. I see what you meant. The physics is crazy, but yeah. Um, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, that's crazy though. That, I mean, I get it. I understand why you would have a huge fight with Lovable on this one. Um, but yeah, the fact that it's not dropped. Last time it used to drop exactly where I dropped it, but now that it's like pulling exactly where I stopped is an interesting system. Not great system, but interesting system. Yeah, it's working. At least, at least. Going back to last time, you fixed the date. You fixed the date. It's good. It's a good thing to see. And you can now open the complete piles. I see. To be honest, I still had the brainstorm files because that would help you. I'm sure. Um, I do like your task board, Stony. I think you've done a pretty good job. Right here, I think it's yeah, yeah, that's where we are. Ah, like it, we understand it. It makes sense. It makes sense. No. Um, yeah, dang. 1 second. I did. I did take the pills. That sounds weird. Um,
Damn.
yeah, it's not gonna be there. I called index this one. I have my hard drive with the previous version. It might be in there. I might just plug it in just to check. This might break the stream again. Um, I mean, based on the thing that we talked about earlier today with that specific blue pill, red pill thing, um, I it depends. I'm mostly on the red team, not gonna lie. Mostly on the reds. There you go. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Let's see if you're dropping in. You might just miss the target. Um, yeah. Welcome back. uh, uh. Ah, for fuck's sake. Well, yeah. I don't think I don't think I have it. Oh, I'm so sad. Ah, yeah. I don't think I have it. Just so sad. Just so sad. Um, but yeah, no, based on that discussion, uh, I'm mostly on red team just because there is a greater chance uh of success in the sense that the probability that most people are gonna pick blue is really high, and therefore once you're dead, and you don't think about it. And then if you live, you live, and that's good. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Um, oh, we don't have anything. Ah. Also, feels. I was about to say you're not at work, but no, it's Monday. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't have shit on this thing. That's bad. It is. It is your day off. We can unlock this. It's very interesting that the dots in the grid in pixelated view were very much highlighted, Kane, on on here. Right now, I mean, I do see the dots, but I don't really see the dots. Whereas a second ago, we really saw these things when we were in pixelated view. Anyways, you did share something though. That's yeah, I see. Okay, so um, this is wrong, but I get it. Let me let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Let me use this one because this one is good as a potential base, and Yoko is the sacrificial mess. Now that's it. That's it. Um, so basically, what you want to have on this is not this system, but almost this system. Um, so the the space, instead of um, changing how you do it here, you want this to move down, but not grow in width. So you want this when it's pressed to be 2 and 2. Like that's basically what it is. Or the uh 3 and 1, because you're going deeper in. But technically, I would rather go at 2-2 because the width of the button is going to remain the same. So the examples that I'm gonna give you, and you've seen it and we've talked about it before, is right there. That button here is basically what you're trying to achieve. And what you want there is just God damn it. It's going down. That's the that's the goal. So you want it to be pressed, and so the width doesn't change. The bottom like portion doesn't really change either, and the top portion is potentially a bit more visible, but it's not like more visible than anything else. So the way that I have this set up on my end is usually, and that's just a usually thing, uh, a two frame system. So I have, which I think you do have, very much similar thing. Um, I would have that thing as a free floating element being above with a non-clipping system. And I'm guessing your whole thing right here, ooh, has that. So I would do this like so. And then if it needed to be pressed, that second system will go down, probably here or there. So it's just that value that is moving down. And then in order to get that effect to be realistic from what I have on the Figma file that I shared a second ago, I just have a shadow on top. But that is it. Even then, I would just do that. But yeah. Like small amount. Technically speaking, for me, the easiest way of building this thing is to have that. So you get like you get your shape that is right here, and then you add a drop shadow that is with no blur, and with simply having the amount of corner radius that you want, it's gonna kind of work. And then when it's pressed, you just add the amount of pressing that you want to do. So right now, let's say that these two things are gonna have 6 because they are heavy buttons. And then from here, I want to press this down. So I'm going to press this from 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, lower than everything. So it's just like a padding top of 4 or margin top of 4. And you just change that value to 2. So that when you switch in between the two state, then it looks as if. And that's it. So for me, that's the easiest system. Um, and it just works. So if you want to make this work in terms of implementation in the code, which is, again, you're using Lovable, so you are kind of limited in what you can do. You want this thing to be within a frame that doesn't have shit, and then this thing non-filling, like fixed height for sure. And then this thing, let me just do that. It's gonna be fast. This secondary version is the exact same element, but you just have 4 points and 2 points there. And so on hover of this, while hovering or while pressed, I'm going to do while pressing because it makes more sense. It goes there. And now we have that. They. And Figma is just shit, as always. As always. If you do it in code, it's gonna work, but if you don't do it in code and you do it like I just did, then you need basically uh, a secondary thing that is going to be the shadow itself. So black at somewhere 20%, and let's say no effect because it makes no sense. And let's move it down. Here, and then this one there. Yeah, 6 on this one, officially 6 as well, so nothing changed. And then that, no shadows, and that, no shadows. And now you have the thing. That's for Figma. Figma is a shit when it comes to shadow transformation within Smart Animate. I don't understand. It used to be really good, and then one day they changed it, and now it's shit. It's so bad. But yeah, it looks natural. You know. But yeah, that's the only thing. It's not more complex than this. Or it shouldn't be, at least. That's what I'm gonna say. So right now what you have done here is a bit too auto layout E. And you can make it with auto layout with having the content just move in or out. But that's it. Use shadows though, not secondary things. Good. Congrats on that. Is it like is it an intern for you at the company, or is it something else? Yeah, I mean that's that. Yeah. That's good. That is good. Congrats on that. As long as you can pay them, then you're good. Then you're good. Also, feels I absolutely haven't implemented shit. Nor did I send you any of them. And I'm gonna wait a bit. Because I think this is not yet great. It has like a lot of potential, but it's also going to be a big ass mess. So yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a bit, just a smidge, to have something that is a bit more better. Did I break shit? My bad. My apologize. My apologize. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Yeah. That makes sense, though. That does make sense. Nonetheless, Kane, you did good. Not gonna lie on that. You did good. The changes are good. Lovable is shit, but we knew that. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's gonna be better. Is it still working? Still working. Cool. More than it is not hooked up yet. I think server theme is not hooked up, or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe you have. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. I did read that properly, but dyslexia allow me to figure things out. I think earlier when I did this and I changed the whatever and then come back to it, it's just it doesn't persist and it's weird. Um, and however, the name does go through, which is interesting. So details, details. Um, one of the thing that I kind of wanted to propose, you know, yeah, I did that. Okay, I did that natively. So good job. Not the shift though. Uh, I kind of think, and I think I said that last time. I kind of think we should have the channel settings and the server settings and the profile settings as the same element, being like a centralized component called settings that is a model that pops in and slide in from the center. So the only one that needs to change is basically the profile user settings things, but have like a unified design language across all three, because these three needs to be basically behaving the same way. And or um, I mean the main reason for that is when you look at the server settings, I did this thing when it comes to the close button right there. And so you just, you have the floating close button right here. When you go in your settings, you do have a very similar close button right there, which is not exactly the same, but it's very much close. And then when you go into the channel settings, it's a weird thing. It's one of the square one that is the old rendering, the first version of the thing. So I have a feeling that it would be interesting to centralize this into a reusable element, so that we can have things like this that make sense, because right now this is the Switch and you wouldn't know. You would have no clue. So yeah, I do think that having a centralized version of the design and the entire thing would potentially help with consistency and so on. So maybe I will, I doubt it. Um, maybe I will have the ability to do some changes, but I don't know. Um, other than that, the the theme settings, um, oh yeah, the server themes settings is kind of broken, and then this is a debatable point. I didn't want to have the expire and max users in the default creation, so that's why I didn't have them. Uh, Basically, what I thought would be the best system, but it's basically the same thing. Um, when you click on create an invite, you get the default at 1 day, no limits. And then once you have the thing, you have settings within that stuff to change. Um, but I guess based on my understanding of how Discord is doing it, you basically need to have your settings defined in order to generate the right code that is linked to these settings. So I guess this works as well. It works as well. The only thing being, again, this is me being me. Don't worry about it, but worry about it still. Um, you know, it's just it. It's not much, but come on. The fact that you have a half pixel up and a half pixel down and then a full pixel is crazy. But this is because of the title, the label on top, and the fact that the inputs are not the same width as the buttons. So don't worry about it. Um, don't worry about it too much. God damn, that hurts. Sorry. I'll be bleeding. I'll be bleeding. It happens. Other than that, yeah. Brands are fine. Audit logs are fine. Danger zone is fine, I think. You have a security, right? Before I click on it to check. I always forget. Like I need to type the server name or something, or does it like delete right away? I don't want to delete the thing. If it's instant. Um, yeah. Get a question. I guess obviously I'm gonna I'm gonna take the places where I know things are there. In my deletion zone right here, um, I have the type the name of the profile first, which is kind of weird to have specifically for me because it's just fucking A. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. I do know. But yeah, like it's a thing. Um, but I mean this. Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, it does work, but it doesn't change in the selection. I agree. I don't know why it's broken. I don't care. Yeah, I need to send a lot of things there. Goddamn. Tasted is clicked a lot. Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. You might not make it, but you might just make it. Grace, based on the distance. I feel like you missed it. God damn. That hurts. I haven't dropped a single time today, so I'm guessing it's time to make sure that it's rigged, entirely rigged, and yeah, you missed it by a pixel, which is crazy. Yeah, I'm probably making it outside of the thing. It's not rigged, I can tell. I can tell. Also, by the way, I didn't check that, but I did remember that I put it in place, and since uh Someone from the Discord decided to boost the Discord, which thank you. You didn't need to do that, but thank you. We now have the level 1 marker on the side, which is pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It makes sense. It's making sense. Anyway, so that's the only thing that I kind of wanted to mention. Um, and then the other thing that which goes with the server themes definition. Right now, we have the A as the initial with black background, but right here we have the A with a color as the accent, and it is not the original color that was selected here. Like I think it used to be, but it kind of changed. So that's uh that's a weird system. Um, and then for some reason, going back to that same thing, I just changed my background color, and because this thing is a PNG, it bleeds through and it's really bad. But it doesn't like persist or goes through on the user's stuff. If I change my image, it's gonna change everywhere. But if I change my image into PNG and then I change my color background, the color background doesn't persist, which is kind of weird. Um, so I don't know what that or where that is coming from. I don't think it is uh, a variable that you have, but it might be. Um, so yeah, small thing. Small thing. Other than that, everything is pretty okay. I once again have a feeling about the sizes of the icons. I feel like I'm having that kind of thinking every week. I'm like, maybe we could just make things a tad bigger for everyone, just getting everything like a bit more cleaner and so on. But yeah, I don't know. Other than that, it's fine. Did you fix this stuff? Yeah, you didn't. Okay. This is the other thing that needs to be fixed, which is when you move a channel from a folder to a folder, it needs to stay in the folder that you put it in. Otherwise, that's not gonna work. And I don't really understand why that is the case and why it is happening. But it is happening. Every time I'm changing server, every time I'm refreshing the page, uh, the channel's order is just like switched around. So that's a small thing. That is a small thing. But that is the other thing. That is the other thing. Other than that, that's it. Nothing else. Then don't check it yet. Yeah. Other than that, I think we are good. Um, I just noticed something. I have a question. I have a question. Why does the cursor switch to pointer on this one? Do you plan on having something specific right there, or is it just because it's using a badge and badges are inherently something that are clickable in the base design system from like Tailwind or Radix or Shadcn or whatever? Um, because if that's the case, then probably needs to remove the clickable things. I think you mixed up your letters, Daphne. Hmm. Also, yeah, that's that's an interesting thing as well. The fact that this is today, and then these messages are from April 10th. That that no good. Is it the same here? Yeah, we just have a today thing, but we don't have the correct separation of days. Interesting. Interesting. Um, hmm. It's fine though. We don't care. We don't care. I don't know if it makes sense to have like that much separation because there, I mean, technically speaking, right here, it would mean you have March 30th, March 31st, April 6th, April 13th. So basically, in between each and every single message, you would have a a date divider. And I mean, I guess that's basically what it is right here, but it might be a bit too strong based on the current design with the pill and so on. So maybe going to a non-pilled just text situation could um, be less noticeable, but it's interesting. I think only the only thing that would make sense to have this thing be clickable is if you want to let the user go back to the beginning of the day. Meaning that if you have that thing that becomes sticky at the top of the page, and then the messages are sliding through until it reaches the next day, and then you can click on it to just move back to the previous, like to, yeah, the date in question, first message of the day, and then read the entire thing. Then having it interactive and clickable is a thing. But if that's not whatever you want to do, then forget about it. We need this thing to be as little as possible, as the least distracting things as possible. What I can see the benefit. I can see the benefit of potentially getting some sort of a go back in the tree. Yeah, I think it could be a very nice feature specifically for like a chat app. Like when you're here and you want to just go back to what was said at the beginning of that day, if there has been like so much chatting and you just joined and you're like, I don't know where we are. So it's gonna load here, but technically speaking, I haven't been here since like a long time. So my previously seen message is very high up, and I kind of want to go to the date of the thing directly. That could be interesting and be worth the overall thing. 83 messages, god day. It could be a thing. Yeah, I think maybe having it sticky is an option. Just small thing. Edge cases, as always, that's going to be a bit of a weird thing. Only trigger if there is content outside of the viewport. Otherwise, it is not triggerable. So that, for example, here, because you would have one in between chaque message, the click does nothing. That's good. If we had 16 messages above and it's like floating there, then yes. But what will happen here is that if I click on it, it's just going to do that because that's going to be my floaters. If I go a bit more up, then the next day or the previous day is going to show up. So I can click on that again. And then it's going to go to here. And then I can click on the next one again and so on. So it's a bit of a weird system when you only have single messages. And I don't want to say that you should have some sort of an if, like if amount is less than 5 message, then clickable. But it could be a thing. It could be a thing. Like if there is only one, it doesn't really matter. You can just scroll up and it's gonna give you the full day. But if there is like more than the viewport can take, which is probably like 8, then you enable the clickable thing. But that depends on the user display. So I don't know. I don't know. But why not? Why not? That is the question. We never know. Other than that, there is still something that is bothering me, but I can't tell you what it is because I don't know what it is. Um, like there are stuff that I'm looking at and I'm like, yeah, it's working, but things are a bit tiny, or it yeah. I think it's just a size issue. I know I'm tiny. It's tiny. Things are tiny, and that might be the main issue, I guess. You see that? I think I shared that last time as well. The little flash in the pin messages, it is you loaded the thing already. Like you decrypted the message the first time I clicked on it, and then you should have cached it. Not you, but like the app. The app should cache the content, or or we do the exact same animation that we have on the users, so that it's just like it's a nice transition and it makes more sense. Um, but yeah, other than that, it's fine. It's fine. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, something is bothering me. Something is bothering me, and I think my brain just figured it out. I think I know. The issue that I have, the UI is not fun. The UI is just like a boring old mess of dashboard stuff, and it's very much encryption related and security related. So it's okay. Like it makes sense, but it's not fun. It's missing something to make it like interesting And the only current system that is interesting is going to be this, which is fun to play with, but not necessarily something that is exactly, what people would like to see in an encryption app or in an encrypted app per se. So that's a thing. But yeah, I think that's the issue. And the light mode is better than the dark mode. I'm sorry. I, it is. It is. We have a better accessibility thing. Contrast ratio on stuff is way more visible on light mode. So that's sad. That is sad. I think I'm gonna use Techie's board for this. Also, this makes absolutely no fucking sense. Let me rant for 1 second. I restarted using Pinterest for research, which makes a lot of sense. Because I've restarted to use Pinterest for research, I'm getting a better algorithm for the recommendation things, and I'm happy with it. Earlier today, my entire page was these quotes, pictures, like right there, just that. And I have no fucking interest in any of this. It makes no sense. No, not that. Anyway, forget about it. I have been living in something similar to this for the past few days and figuring out what was like an interface that would make sense for very specific type of users. The target users that we have with the client that I'm working with is very much going to be somewhere along the line of these things. And therefore, the fun part and the creation of a fun interface is extremely important. So most of the shit that I'm currently building is going to be very rounded, very colorful, and kind of minimalist, but also have some things like this, which is fun. And then Yolka, which is mostly on the security and encryption and chatting thing, is quite the opposite. So that's what's bothering me, I guess. That's the best way for me to present it as a. It's missing something. It is missing something, but yeah, the fun, is missing. Mm. Yeah, that's what is missing. I don't think you want the fun, by the way. Like, I don't think you are against it, but I don't think it would make sense for the type of app that you are building. So that's the thing. The only alternative fun that we could have at this time is going to be things that are let me get I mean, again, look at look at this shit. Like that's the type of thing that I'm currently in. Look at it. Ah! This is not gonna work for you. Um, but yeah, no, the only type of thing that we could potentially put in place is going to be some um alternate shapes, like potential some straight but not straight situations here and there. We already have the backgrounds that I've put in place just for that specific. But like that's the only thing. And then we could have like tickets here and there, but that's the only type of fun and the only rendering that I see as a potential is what these are. Like these cards that are generated on the fly, kinda. Um, and so that's a thing that you could have with some sort of a more DEFCON 1 uh type, like the conference and the badges that they have as a presentation could be an option, but it's roughly the only option that we have. Any other things that I have for the fun part is not going to pass. And it's it would be for the user activity. So basically what we have here, the fact that I have my 3 years on arc type of thing with the stamps, with my name, what I am, and so on, like all of that is the only type of fun that we could put in place. Other than that, it's never gonna fly. So that's the thing. We have one though that is professional but not fun, and there is like a ton of things that are like this. Um, by using some of these things that you've seen 16,000 times, you know, loaders, and the newest one for all of the TUI interfaces. I mean, the UI and TUI is the interface. Um, other than that, not really, not really a thing. Not an option. Oh my god. You can see where I took the inspiration for the theme selector. That's right there. Right there, that's the one. That's the one I used. Like that's potentially the only thing that we can do for the fun part. Um, on the on the profiles if we wanted to, which is already the case. So yeah, but the sadness of encryption. I also don't know exactly what else you want to have, because remembering the conversation that we've had about the project and the product, and saying you basically want to have the exact same things that Discord has as a system. So it means that if you have in-server events, that's the thing that you want. If you have things that are, I don't know, birthdays that are celebrated, if you have bots, if you have automated stuff, if you have other game within the servers that can be accessed and played and so on, then you want them to be accessible within Yorker, which is interesting, but it's also like different in so many ways to figure out exactly how to make this work within that type of interface. And I guess the only thing that we have for like um the design styles that could work is going to be like very minimalistic and black and white and encryption related. Like these ones are not really encryption related, but they kind of fit. Not the best option, but they kind of fit. Like there is something about it with the simplicity and the presentation that could work for what we have. And I know that Riley has experimented a lot with some of the medias and the generations here and there. I think this one was an interesting one. It's not necessarily good, but it's an interesting ID, and all of that curation as a base for the resource and the use case is potentially something that we could go for. Um, but that also kind of compete with the themes and the color themes that we've put in place. So that's a weird thing. Um, Other than that, that's it. That is it. Also, Denny, if you're still lurking from far away, this is the one that I was looking for on Friday for the type of content that they are doing. Um, and it could be interesting to you. It could be interesting to you. So this person, Yui, which is a Japanese person, obviously, is creating or is having uh, a lot of things about CSS, and they are just sharing roughly the same thing, but also a lot of similar things. Like these animations are going to be presented and presented and presented and presented almost every day, multiple times a day. It depends. Like I'm seeing it on most of these are like once a day from the dates, but they are going back to what we said last time. They are the same 6, 8 different like videos showcase, and it's just like every fucking time cycling through. And then there are other things that are coming in here and there, but most of the time it's going to be the same thing. We've seen that earlier, like basically 10 days before or after. It's the same thing. So interesting concept, good idea as well to just get like that whole thing. Yeah. So for you, feels that's potentially the only thing that you could extract as loaders and animations here and there when things needs to happen. Um, but I also have a feeling that these things are going to be presented and used and or understood as vibe coded, in which case I don't know if it's a good idea to have them in the app. It looks pretty cool, yes. It looks very cool. It looks very tech related. It's working. It's good. And it's basically the same thing as going with that aesthetic, which we have, or we are supposed to have right here. Like, same thing. Like that. That would be a pretty cool loading bar. But same reason, like this is very much a HUD vibe coded things, and it is a bit of the cliche of the security. Like the tech HUD security is going to go on that direction. And even though I like it, it might be too cliche for what it is. So I don't know. It's the same with the fucking these. Nonetheless, even though this is with Expo, I do think that doesn't cost you anything to check the code, and there might be something in there, uh, like in TypeScript directly, that you can reuse just because it's there. And yeah, this one's called Expo. I think this one is the original for the TUI within the UI itself or the terminal CLI thing, just limited or kind of limited. Um, and I'm not against it. You can have a wave like this when someone is currently typing. Like that's a very classic three dots, something's happening. As an option, you can use like a wave row when there is like the person that is typing a block of text, like it's been 3 minutes. It's a heavier writing, and then when there is multiple people writing at the same time, it's basically a duplicate of the braille, but in alternate things. Uh, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But yeah, like that's an option. That could bring on the fun. It could bring on the fun. A bit of fun. Ah, a bit of fun. Otherwise, you do the thing that I've done for my own app. I took this and not this one, sorry. I took this one and yeah, you know, these are fun as well. These don't match though. These wouldn't be really good for you specifically. Um, like maybe the only one that could work is this one for infinite security. But yeah, that's the thing. I use this one or the sixth one. I forgot which one it is on the app because it's cute. Anyways, it depends. It depends. But yeah, no, I do have it on a card that is visible for like a second and a half, maybe. Usually it's half a second in the beginning of the day, so no one knows that it's there. But if the app just freeze one day, then it's still loading and it's cute. That's my point. But for you, yeah, no, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Um, I'm not finding the thing that I have. I feel like this is kind of same vibe, security wise and presentation that we could use for some of the things. Main reason or main difference is the type of typography that is used. So the current branding that you have, it doesn't exist and is basically um, Claude branding slash ChatGPT branding from the landing page itself. You don't have much there. Nothing that screams this is very much an on its own situation. And Dapshi, you're gonna hear your name. What Chat Jimmy GPT Jimmy thing is now, it has some of that kind of branding identity thing where it stands out as something that is a bit different. Whereas here, we are still on one of the generic um, apps. Not saying that, you need to, but it doesn't scream anything specific. Like it could be whatever. If I don't read anything, it could be whatever. So this is pretty good. Um, so you know, it's it's an interesting thing. I don't know. I don't think I have access to the website. on the Git. Do I? I don't think I do. I don't. Yeah. um, Nonetheless. So this one has like a bit of a better identity on its own. This one is a bit of a generic thing. And you know, it's fine. But let me be strong here. uh, uh, Changing the landing page and the branding would probably impact everything. Meaning that if you like decided to go with a font that is very much different, this is not gonna happen, but we never know. But this is not gonna happen. If I go into some of the latest fonts that I've picked, and let's say you are very liking this, and this is the vibe that you want to have for the app, it changes the entirety of everything that goes within the app. So, because that font is very blobby and very friendly and so on, your input is going to become like fully rounded, your spacing is going to be doubled, and so on. So, all of that is the thing. Um, so, that's the thing. If you want to go the other way around, then that's fine. But I do feel like it's still not. It still doesn't have, like, it's missing something. It is missing something. Not much, but something. Something. Again, it's the fun, but it is just, if it's just the fun, then that's good. But it's kind of sad. It is kind of sad. Oh, by the way, I don't think you have. Did you? You did. You did. My bad. I said nothing. Forget about it. I didn't remember if you did fix this or not fix this. You did. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It is fine. It is still red. Am I not? It's red. God damn. I mean, I think it's because you are using you they I think it's because it's using something that is um like span. You have text span, emoji span, sorry, emoji span, text span again, and therefore there was a bit of a mistake with the spacing in between your spans. So I mean, it sounds like a very normal thing, you know. It makes sense. It makes sense. Um, but yeah, I mean the reason for this, if I remember correctly, is simple, pretty simple. There is three reasons. The first reason is because there is a need for a tint in the OKLCH system. So in order to get the system to not have or to have a transition that makes sense in between colors. There is a necessity for a tint, a teint. I should say a teint in French. It's a very interesting teint. Yes. I think, let's see if it breaks the stream. If it breaks the stream, that's good. It means that it's time for me to just go grocery shopping. No, grocery shopping, yes. Basically, it's gonna do the same thing as usual, isn't it? Yeah. Every time. Every time. It's telling me that I'm deleting files. Look at it. This file is deleted, this file is deleted, this file is deleted, and this file is deleted, right? And the entirety of the thing is basically rewritten and so on. And if I just discard the changes, which should reset the things, which is doing the thing, if I close cursor and reopen cursor, these 4 files are going to be redeleted, rewritten again. And I can't see the difference. I can't read that much code and understand. So, you know, it's weird. It is weird. Nonetheless, in the global CSS file that is somewhere around here, not there, that is somewhere around, where am I? I should search. Maybe. So in there, let me see if I have a theme as well. I mean, I do, but yeah. I think that's the thing where the hue needs to have something in its initial, specifically for the orbs to make sense. And so when we are using the not themed version, it has a hint of red, and it shouldn't. It should be neutral, and it always revert to a hint of red. So there is something somewhere in either the global CSS for the theme that is pushing something like the neutral dark things, if I remember correctly, um, that is supposed to be taken. And that is what has the hue, the reddish hue. And I kind of took a look, but yeah. Again, right now I can't check, but that's basically what it is. The It's that system right there. Oh my god. It's the hue number that is supposed to start somewhere, and we don't want it to start somewhere. But we can't really use 0, I think. So yeah. We can't use 0 because of the transition system. That's the thing. and I think it's in there. Right. Yeah. Is dark is the definition, I think, of the no theme? I don't remember. I don't remember. It's been a bit, but yeah, I think that's the thing. Um, that might be the issue. Um, I know that is dark or is light. I mean, technically, is dark is the only thing that exists is the dark mode and light mode switch. But I think I may have implemented an is dark because I was working on the dark mode theme, and I said the no theme that is dark is what we need, and there potentially a conflict of variables in this thing. I don't know. I don't know. Which, by the way, unrelated related thing. Um, if I'm here and Stony has a theme that is purple and dark mode, probably, and then I come back to my own server, and now we don't have the hint, and I go into light mode, and then I navigate to Stony's, it's now in light mode. So I think I know what it is. I think the East Dark is stored in local storage and applied to everything instead of being server specific. And to me, it should be server specific. Like if the admin and the owner of the server wants this thing to be pink and light mode, then they should be able to do pink and light mode. Um, I don't. Yeah, but then you need to be able to give me that control, because if I'm here and I'm a user here, I don't have access to, like, I don't have my own server. I'm just someone that is visiting a server, and I do highly prefer light mode for my content. Then I mean, probably my desktop is also already in light mode, but like that's the thing that I can't really control. Yeah, because for me it's a server-based thing where the owner defined the themes the same way that um on here I have a feeling that sometimes you would like to have your banners that stands out and so on. So yeah. Bad Cop, hi, what morning? How are you? How have you been? How's everything? It's not. My monitor on, I mean, I don't have a monitor. My Mac is flat officially. But yeah. Yeah, in that case, we do need to place this within, I'm guessing, the user settings here, like in that drop down, we need to have it like a global theme selection, which means that that's the wrong thing, which means that this array right there is basically going inside of that menu and getting it out of of the theme. And then if that's the case, then I have a feeling that it would be much better to have the theme within the server settings, um, somewhere around here, because all of that is the visuals. But yeah, kinda. This is a chat app that is uh, encryption related, encryption focused, security focused, privacy focused, um, compared to Discord. So it's a thing. It's a thing. You know, it's fine. It's okay. It is okay. But yeah, other than that, which would be good, I feel like moving the theme to the server stuff makes a lot of sense as well, because that way you have like a server specific theme that is in the settings of said server. Um, and it's okay. But yeah, I feel like moving that is gonna be a pain in the ass. And then I don't know if I like the idea of having like just the three options, light mode, dark mode system right there. I feel like this is kind of bad. And even if you make it or you place it within the settings themselves, like right here, for example, for the appearance, which is, you know, supposed to be already here, then I don't know. I don't know. Also, we haven't touched any of this. Oh my god. Yeah. And the pink is back. God damn it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, all right. We could do that. We could do that. I can't do that because I don't have the funds, as I mentioned earlier. Um, I, uh, I, I, I can't. Yeah. I need to keep these 75 cents of usage for the bug fix that I need to do in Perfume. Uh, and I'm gonna need to be careful. I need this thing to be so specific and so good that it works for me. Like using Composer 2 probably with like 3 to 4 requests. Um, no, 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 no. That's the thing. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I want to avoid this as much as possible because as soon as you tell the system that you have the ability to pay more if you need to, the system is like, okay, cool. You can pay more if you need to, so let me just charge you 1 cent more per request. And you don't know about that because it doesn't change much. I know how these things work. It's the same reason why I don't pay for like promotion tweets and so on. I used to do that, and then I did it, and you can see me, the amount of views go up, and then when I stop, it goes down, and it's lower than before until 6 months later or 8 months later, when the system has figured out, well, it doesn't want to pay again, so I'm gonna still show their content to the people that were supposed to see it, but you can see that in the charts, and it's crazy. So, you know, I don't want that. But also, the thing that I want to check is I need to make sure that this is like the same system as before, which is potential. And right now I don't know, but I just want to make sure that if it's not the case, then these 75 cents are going toward something that I need to fix because I know what I need to fix. However, I can 100% use Cloud Code for that. It happens. It's an option. I can go straight to Cloud Code. It's just that I don't think I have ever built anything with it or anything for Yoga specifically with the Cloud Code stuff. So that's the thing. Other than that, we good. The good stuff though is that Kimi K 2.5 is still cheap. Composer 2 is still cheap, and I wish they had 2.6, but they don't. It's sad. It should be there. It's not. Anyways, so for just a recap for myself and yourself, there are some issues when it comes to themes. I need to fix or at least move the light mode, dark mode things and the themes outside of the main view so that it kind of makes sense. I do think the Twitch implementation is not that bad, meaning that you go here and then you switch themes from there. Like that's weird. That's okay, but it's a default thing where I think Twitch is doing um default as system, and then if the user switches to like manually at some point, then it becomes the preferred selected, which is kind of weird, but it's fine. Um, but yeah, like right now, if I switch to light mode, this is not gonna switch, which is kind of weird. And I do like the ability to say, well, this I wish it was system, but yeah, I don't know. Again, the reason for system is some specific users, which are not, there is not a lot of them, but there are some of them which are using um, themes that behave based on the time of day. And so in the morning, you're going to be in dark mode. After like 8 or 9, depending on the sun, it's going to be in light mode. And then after 7, 10, depending on where you live, it's going back to dark mode. So there is this fluctuation that is interesting. Um, that I do think some 3 users in the world are using, and therefore it could be useful for them. But that's the only thing. That is the only thing. Other than that, not much. But yeah, no, so that thing, and then the profile stuff, the settings sections is the necessary potential that I'm like, it could be good. It could be good. Also, I have a fun story. Not really fun for me, but fun for you. Um, you as in everyone that's here. I finally tested one of the newest burrito place that is around here. I've been postponing this for the past year and a half, roughly, because every time I go there or I pass in front of the shop, I'm like, not today. I went there yesterday, and it was the first and last time I will go there forever. It's a it's a Japanese burrito place kind of thing. Like they basically are doing burritos and tacos and quesadilla and so on with a Japanese inspiration. They fucked up the rice, they fucked up the beans, and the tortillas were shit. And how can I tell you that the three main points of a burrito is the rice, the beans, and the tortilla? I don't know how they couldn't figure it out. It makes no fucking sense to me, but apparently they couldn't. And it was so bad. I'm so sad. And then the portion as well were really really shitty. Like the guy didn't have to struggle to close the burrito, you know? Like you've seen these videos of employees that have skills and are good at closing very fat ass burritos. This one was a skinny one. I am so. That's what it means. That is what it means. It's I guess the entirety of my computer. See, I have cursor and GitHub open, and the stream is restarting buffering. So that is crazy. It should not happen. It still happens. We're gonna figure out who to raid, and then it's gonna be fine. God damn, I can't do that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how these people are fucking up rice. I'm just, I'm still in shock for this thing. Um, it's just, it's weird. I think it's good. I think it's better than what you had last week. So yes, you did good. You did good. It's a nice progress. It's a good improvement. It has some issues, as I mentioned, mainly navigation system that are kind of broken. But if you fix that and you ensure that the flow of content is good, you have a good system. The only thing that I would highly recommend you to just fix, um, even in fixing the navigation system that I said is, not as good, is this section. So if I'm here and then I go to the next one, you have that loader screen in between each of them. And I don't think this is necessary. I think this is a waste of time. You should have some sort of a truer navigation in between. Like it, you see what I mean? Like it's a bit of a distracting loader thing that um doesn't necessarily like make any sense to have the loading screen. Unless you tell me, unless the loading screen is in the app. Like if you have that every time you change um tabs, then why not? but I would highly recommend you to not do that if you can. Um, but yeah, I think Framer. I think we have one. Um, I forgot which one it is, but there is one of these templates which I remember checking where basically what they have. I think it might be this one. Um, it's not. I do remember one of them that starts basically like this, and when you're scrolling, the phone is following you through, and then you go onto the section with the phone that basically moves to go to that section in question. Then you keep scrolling, the phone move to the other side, and it's on the secondary section, and you see the change, and so on. That's something that I've seen many times and done many times in many websites, which I think is what you were trying to achieve, and it would make sense for you to put in place. Like I think that would makes the most sense. Shit like this, basically. You know, isn't it so much better? Like you're on the section, it just moves to the correct section within the phone itself, and that's the fun of it. Also, this thing is halfway interactive, not really, but kind of interactive. It's kind of shit, but it looks interesting. Maybe you don't use it as a reference. Anyways, neat ways. Who's fucking live? Not that's a different website. Who's live? Because I mean, I can send you to someone that is fucking live, but that's gonna be on another website, and I don't think it's TOS friendly. So, you know, not not the best option. BitGamey is live. I can see that. Stony, do we have someone new that we haven't seen before that we don't know about? Dude Zord. That is a weird name. What is that? Doing a Game Boy emulator, that is a very interesting thing. Let's go there. Let's go there. It's fun. I mean, I like the name. So, Dude Zord is interesting. Very interesting name. Very interesting name. Thanks all for the name. I appreciate it. As always, thank you for being here. Highly appreciate it. I should be back on Wednesday. Should. But nonetheless, if you have a question and I'm not here, join Discord, ask the question there. I will help there if I can. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. If you have a big ass link collection, use this. And if you are learning Japanese, use that. That's the entirety of the thing that I have. But yeah, we are reading Dude's Old for the first time. We'll see how that goes. And yeah, I still haven't changed the number. I know, it's crazy. I should have, but I haven't. So, eh, yeah, no, it's okay. But yeah, I should be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. If all goes well, I would have burned through the last 70 cents that I have and figure out if it's unlimited free access afterward or if I need to pay. So yeah. Anyways, as always, Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye. I guess not. Sorry, I had to stop the raid. Dudzor just decided to not stream, apparently. Just ended the stream right before the raid. It's crazy. Without even raiding anyone else. Goddamn. I guess Bitgamey it is. I guess Bitgamey it is. Anyways, join the raid for Bitgamey. Half of you that are still there. God damn it. God damn it. I'm sending you there right away. Bye.